Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are San Diego.
Big night for a couple of guys named Will last night in Phoenix. You may have heard a 6-5 victory over the Diamondbacks. Both Will Myers and Will Venable a hit shy of the cycle. Venable's last hit, though, ended up being the difference in the game as San Diego picked up a key one-run victory in the second game of 4 here in Phoenix. Tonight, Game 3 of this 4-game series, the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Welcome to Chase Field with Mark Grant. I'm Jesse Agler. Thanks for spending part of your Saturday night with us. Hey, that was fun last night. Both Wills got it going. Myers out of the leadoff spot, playing first base as a starter for the first time in his big league career. Great night.
You know the old baseball song, "Put Me in, Coach, I'm ready to play,"
Yeah.
John Fogerty?
Yeah.
That's Will Myers. I mean, this kid is energetic. Put me in to play center field. He is the center fielder, but it was almost like the coach went up to Will Myers and said, "Hey, kid, guess what? You're going to play first base." He is ready to play. So he stretches on the throw from Amarista. The routine grounder, yeah, you expect him to do that, but he's so athletic. He does so many things well. And at the bat, he's swinging the hot bat. And it's just a double combination of Will Myers going over there first base. Bud Black feels very comfortable to this kid. Look at how much fun he's having out there. His teammates are giving him a hard time. Good-spirited, loving on the bench. Look at him. He's talking to somebody. He's ready to swing that shillelagh again tonight.
Triple shy of the cycle for Will Myers. Will Venable, another big night for him as well. A double shy of the cycle.
You know, the amazing thing about Will Venable is it was only his 5th start, and it was a few days before his last start. So Will's taking huge opportunities. When they knock, he is answering that door. 1 hit shy of the cycle. 8 total bases, and using the whole field. Pulling the ball to right, going to left. And that last hit you talked about, the game winner, it was a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, a single in the 7th. Prior to that, he entered game hitless, previous 16 at-bats. Will Venable taking huge advantage of that opportunity last night. So it was good to see Will swinging the hot shillelagh as well.
That was the big story last night. Tonight, Chase Anderson will be on the mound for Arizona against Tyson Ross. When we come back to Phoenix on this May 9th, we take a look back at Tony Gwynn. Mark Grant has a tribute to Tony on what would have been his 55th birthday. We remember and think about Mr. Padre when we come back.
folks, and think May 9th is just a game between the Padres and the Diamondbacks. But more importantly, we're going to honor and think about our great friend, Hall of Famer, the late, great Tony Gwynn. Today would have been his 55th birthday. It's been almost 1 year since the passing of the Hall of Famer, and he touched so many people's lives in San Diego and throughout the world of baseball. So on this day, May 9th, 2015, we honor the great, number 19, Tony Gwynn. Happy birthday, Tony.
Tony Gwynn was everything you'd want in a hero and a teammate. Dedicated, intelligent, and loyal. For 20 seasons, he shared his passion for the game of baseball with us in San Diego. He will always be Mr. Padre.
I'm proud as heck to be a San Diego Padre. I played for one team. I played in one town.
Today we say thank you, Tony. Thank you for the memories, the smiles, and the joy you brought to our beloved city. San Diego loves you, Tony, and misses you very much. And we will forever be grateful that you were a part of our lives then, now, and forever.
Wish. That one well out to right field. Will Venable with his third home run of the season. The Padres a 6-5 win. That was last night in Phoenix. This is tonight. First pitch a little bit earlier, but another beautiful day here in the desert. Temperatures low mid 70s all afternoon with Mark Grant and Chris Budden. I'm Jesse Agler. Third game of 4 between the Padres and the Diamondbacks. The San Diego starting 9 brought to you by Toyota. Exactly the same 1 through 8 as last night. And that includes Will Myers making his second major league start at first base. Spangenberg in there again. Venable in there again. The only difference, the starting pitcher, Tyson Ross.
And right-hander number 27, I'm sorry, I take that back, 27-year-old number 57, a homegrown D-back, Chase Anderson, four-seam fastball, sinker, changeup, and a curveball. His changeup is probably his best off-speed pitch, and he's prone to giving up the long ball. And that scouting report for Chase Anderson is brought to you by Verizon Wireless.
Sixth start of the season for Anderson, who's 0-1 with a 3.38 ERA. Took a no decision at Petco Park on April 15th. Pitched pretty well, didn't get run support, and that's pretty much been the theme for Chase Anderson here in 2015. Will Myers stands in, and what do you know? He's leading off. Pushes a bunt to third. Tomas was playing in, can't barehand it. and Will Myers reaches to start the game.
Did you smell that coming? Because I surely didn't.
I thought he was going to triple. That was
wow. Will Myers playing center field. Will Myers being inserted at first base, and Will Myers putting down a textbook bunt. Maybe a little hard, but with Tomas at third base, he cannot make the barehanded grab. Give that kid a base knock.
Another smile for Will Myers. Bunt single to start it off. Love talking about how he's not like a prototypical leadoff guy, but he's done that a couple of times now this year. And Corey Spangenberg, whose skill set, Mud, as you said earlier, is more of a prototypical leadoff guy, stands in.
Great eye. He proved that last night. And with a runner on base, we'll see how Anderson pitches to him. Set the table, hopefully, for Kemp and Upton, number 3 and 4 hitters.
4 walks and a triple, and Spangenberg stings this one into right center field. Pollock was a little slow getting over. Myers will easily go first to third, and the Padres are in business right out of the chute against Chase Anderson.
I love singles, but I love first to third action. Run around first, and Corey Spangenberg taking advantage of a two-seamer down and over the plate. Fastball hunting early. Look at you, beat the shift as well. Hey, they shifted the outfield, right? Pollock was on the shortstop side of second base. He has to go all the way over that way, enabling Will Myers to go from first to third. Good looking swing.
So Myers on third base, Spangenberg on first. We've seen a lot of smiles so far. Matt Kemp, 288 with that 1 home run in Chicago, 19 RBIs, one of which came last night. Great numbers in his career against Chase Anderson, albeit in a smaller sample size, and he takes strike 1, a 91-mile-per-hour fastball. Padres in the first inning this year put up a lot of runs. Anderson has been really good in the first inning, unlike last night's starter Jeremy Hellickson. Check on Spangenberg over at first base.
So this is a battle of the two positives, right? Anderson pitching well in the first, and the Padres scoring in the first inning.
Kemp has faced Anderson 9 times. He's got 4 hits, including a home run and a double. Runner goes, and Kemp lines it to left field. Peralta came in. Now he's got to go back, and he makes the over-the-shoulder catch. Myers will tag and score as Spangenberg has to scamper back. A sacrifice fly from Matt Kemp. He's driven in runs each of the last 2 nights, and the Padres on the board here in the first.
Padres swinging early. The bunt by Will Myers early. Spangenberg, first pitch. Kemp squares that one up. He'll take that sac fly. And how close was it from going over Peralta's head? Catches it in the webbing. That's a nice swing, though, by Matt Kemp.
A little bit ugly in left field from Peralta, but he recovered. Saw Pollock kind of get a tough read on Spangenberg's base hit up the middle as well. Maybe something to watch tonight. Justin Upton with a runner on first and 1 away.
Hopefully Anderson can make more mistakes. That 0-1 pitch down, but over the heart of the plate, and Matt Kemp barreling that one up.
Seen a lot of early swings against Chase Anderson so far, and Upton takes as the fastball was down 1-0. Upton singled twice against Anderson back in April. He's also homered against him. Anderson came up last year, won 9 games as a rookie. That's a called strike as the catcher Pacheco gave a look over to the runner on first, Corey Spangenberg. Got to know Bud Black enjoys seeing his team provide some early run support for the starting pitcher, who tonight is Tyson Ross. On 2-0, the fastball misses low. 3 balls and no strikes to Justin Upton.
The book on Chase Anderson is he will throw his fastball, try to hit the corners of the plate as Yangervis Solarte waits on deck to set up his changeup. His changeup is his second best pitch.
Upton swinging 3-0, and he fouls it off the other way.
Pretty straight fastball also from Chase Anderson. Doesn't have a lot of run to it. Doesn't have two-seam action to it. So if he catches a lot of the plate, that could spell trouble with these Padre hitters.
See how he handles Upton on 3-1 with Yangervis Solarte on deck. 1 run in for the Padres here in the top of the first inning. Spangenberg stole a base last night. And that one's hit in the air to left. Peralta coming in, and the left fielder will make the catch. That's out number 2 here in the top of the first inning as we take a look at the Arizona defense here on this Saturday night. Just saw David Peralta out in left field, Pollock in center, Inciarte back in the starting lineup in right field, Tomas and Ahmed on the left side of the infield, Owings and Goldschmidt with Jordan Pacheco, the former Rocky, behind the plate. A lot of mixing and matching for Chip Hale.
And they can catch the ball. We've mentioned that the first 2 games, 11 errors, tied for second, fewest in the National League.
Yangervis Solarte, 2 outs, runner on first. Runner goes, it's a pitch out. Pacheco's throw down to second base on the wrong side of the bag. And Corey Spangenberg steals a base for the 2nd consecutive night.
Diamondbacks smelling steel. Call pitch out, and they still cannot get Spangenberg. And as you mentioned, Jesse, that ball on the shortstop side of second base kind of rushed a little bit by Pacheco. Stay on that bag, especially on the pop-up slide. A lot of runners will have that foot come up off the bag.
Spangenberg puts himself in scoring position, and that's ball 2 to Solarte. Yangervis 1 for 5 last night with a single and a stolen base. Time called at the plate. Chase Anderson, another tough no decision. That game went 13 innings, and the Dodgers ended up winning it 1-0. He's been that guy on their staff. There's a strike, 2-1.
Every staff has one.
Yeah.
There's always one pitcher that gets the short end of the stick. You don't get any love.
He's allowed 3 or fewer runs in 4 out of his 5 starts, and he doesn't have a win. Mentioned that he's been good in the first inning. Padres got 1 off him so far, looking for more as Solarte grounds that to the right side. Goldschmidt has it. He takes it himself, and that's out number 3 here in the first. The Padres, though, get one on a sac fly from Matt Kemp. phony sales, just pure value. By Petco, what we feed them matters. And by Sony, the leader of 4K Ultra HD. Copper Square, downtown Phoenix, Chase Field. Third game of a 4-game series on Tony Gwynn's birthday.
We see him everywhere we go.
Ender Inciarte leading off. Diamondbacks lineup brought to you by Hyundai. Saw Inciarte in the first game of this series. He took last night off. Paul Goldschmidt, of course, in there once again. Ahmed back in the starting lineup. Pacheco, first start of the series. Mentioned that Chip Hale moves his pieces around quite a bit when it comes to starting. Inciarte, really nice numbers against the Padres, and he takes strike one from Tyson Ross, who's making his 7th start of the season. Good overall numbers for Inciarte as well. In his last 13 games against the Padres, hitting about .350. That is good. 0-2. 5th road start for Tyson Ross this season.
Yeah, let's see if he can make an adjustment. Strike one is always a big key for any starter, especially Tyson Ross. He can do so many things. And we know about the slider, which is coming here, but let's keep an eye on the changeup today as he falls off the left side a little bit on that pitch. Fastball, 2-seamer, 4-seamer, slider, and changeup from Tyson Ross. Believe it or not, he has better command of the 2-seam fastball than the 4-seamer.
That's a 2-seamer, and it's strike 3 called. Tyson Ross coming into tonight tied for 6th in the National League with 42 strikeouts, and he punches out the first man he faces.
And he punches out Inciarte, who's one of the tougher batters to strike out in the National League. One strikeout almost every 14 at-bats. 3rd hardest as he gets the 2-seamer on the inside corner. Nice pitch.
Pollock, the center fielder, last night 2 for 5, home run, single strikeout. Takes a slider in the dirt, 1-0. Tips that one into the mid of Derek Norris. A ball and a strike.
A 94 2-seamer from Tyson Ross with tremendous movement on the outside corner.
Filthy.
Boy, if he could get that release point down today, he's going to have a good night in the big leagues.
Pollock hits that one on the ground. Solarte charging at 3rd. 2 away. Take a look at the Padres defense. Markets brought to you by your San Diego County Ford dealers. Exactly the same as last night. Will Venable in center. Myers at 1st. Spangenberg at 2nd. Solarte at 3rd. Buddy Black going with what worked in a 6-5 victory last night. Paul Goldschmidt takes low outside. 95 from Tyson Ross.
And a look at the right-hander Tyson Ross. The scouting report. Strike one. We saw that the first hitter. Quick innings, command of the fastball, so he can expand that strike zone later with the slider.
Just outside. 2-0 to Goldschmidt, who has homered in 3 consecutive games. He's touched Tyson a couple of times. And that one misses. 3-0. Pitching carefully to the dangerous Arizona first baseman.
Threw him a 2-0 slider to go 3-0.
And ball 4. It's a 2-out walk to Paul Goldschmidt as we take a look at the keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers.
More of the same from the lineup. Jesse just mentioned it. Same lineup as last night for the San Diego Padres. And keep the Snakes homerless. Keep them in their pit.
You want Arizona in the no homers club.
Yes.
David Peralta, the left fielder for the Diamondbacks, 1 for 4 last night, went back-to-back with Goldschmidt. That was in the 6th inning off James Shields, and he takes a fastball called strike. First time the Diamondbacks have hit back-to-back home runs this season. Throw over to first base. No surprise, Padres once again shifting a little bit on Peralta. All the talk about Myers and his night at the plate last night. More than held his own defensively over at first base. Runner goes, and the pitch is hit in the air down the left field line, but foul.
I know we've mentioned it many times before, but David Peralta up at the plate, it's just a great story. Signed with the Cardinals back in 05. He was a pitcher.
Yeah.
Gave it a go for a few years, ran into some injuries, did not play for 3 years, and then put on the helmet and started swinging the shillelagh. And paying dividends at the big league level. Always a good story.
He was playing independent ball as recently as 2012. And got Goldschmidt picked off. Let's see how Myers does in the rundown, and he's going to do it himself.
He can do it all.
Why not? Chases down Paul Goldschmidt. That's the third out of the inning. We've played one in Phoenix. All smiles from Will Myers. Padres a 1-0 lead. Tonight's game is presented in HD by Sony 4K. With Mark Grant and Chris Budden, I'm Jesse Agler. Padres got a run in the first inning as some good-looking brown and yellow.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Derek Norris to be followed by Will Venable and Alexi Amarista. Padres got one in the first when Myers led off with a bunt single and eventually scored on a sac fly from Matt Kemp. 15th time this year in 32 games the Padres have scored in the first inning. I think it's kind of interesting though, and Chris Budden actually kind of brought this up the other day when we were discussing the first inning runs. Norris hits it in the air to shallow center. Pollock is going to give way to the infielders, and the shortstop Ahmed makes the catch, one away. But yeah, they're 7-7 when they score in the first inning, which I guess means, well, you got to play all 9, but it's kind of interesting because we talk a lot about those first inning runs.
You love to score in the first inning, and the statistics show that when you score first, the greater chance of winning. But it's about adding on too, and this team has shown that they can add on as well. So that means another run or two here in the second inning would be some kind of nice.
Will Venable was some kind of nice last night. Home run, triple, single. Struck out in the 9th with a chance. Did the double for the cycle. 8th time Will Venable has been a hit shy of the cycle in his Padres career.
He's that type of hitter because he can hit the home run. We know that. He can split the gaps and then you incorporate his speed. He's got all the right tools for that.
Batting average last night went from 133 to 200. Taking advantage of his opportunities. That one's outside, ball 3. Fouls that one back, 3-2. Cold hard facts are brought to you by Clean, Crisp Coors Light. And there you go. Most games a hit shy of the cycle. Will Venable up there with some other big time names in Padre history. 3-2, and Will hits it right back up the middle for a base hit. The hot swinging continues for the Padres center fielder.
Talk about clean, crisp sound. Off the bat, listen to this. Oh.
Shortstop number 5.
Mistake. Two-seamer elevated. There's that sound. Very nice, Will Venable. Hitting a mistake. That's what you like to see.
3-hit night last night for Venable. Now Alexi Amarista with a runner on first and one out. You know, for all the cycle talk, and it's understandable. Look, the quirkiness of it and the fact that the Padres have never had one. But Venable, with his last hit, drove in the winning run in a game the Padres really needed. And so, yeah, all day we're talking about Myers and we're talking about Venable. But a 6-5 win in the second game of this series after being shut out.
That was huge.
Exactly. Venable's got a big lead over at first as Amarista fists this one into center. Pollock coming on. He makes the catch. 2 away.
Coming to Arizona, it's close to Peoria, Arizona. And that gentleman right there is Damian Easley. You might remember his name. Played 17 years in the major leagues. He's the rehab hitting coach over in Peoria. Former all-star infielder. Part of the Padre family and taking in a big league ball game. Coming over from Peoria. Watching the big boys.
Tyson Ross, couple of hits and 11 at bats this season. And Anderson paying all kinds of attention to Venable at first base. Padres have already stolen once tonight. Corey Spangenberg took second. As you get a look at Melvin Upton Jr. also been working out at that Peoria complex.
And I'm sure working with Damian Easley, who we just showed, the rehab hitting coach.
Tyson takes outside. Sounds like, by the way, could be getting closer and closer to a rehab assignment for Melvin Upton Jr.
That's good news. Saw Tim Fedorovich down in the clubhouse as well. He's working hard over there in Peoria, working with Damian Easley.
Ross takes ball 2.
Anderson might be thinking about that run over to first base as we take a look at Corey Lupke, the left-hander on the mend. Wow, I'd love to see him get back, huh? A mistake to Tyson Ross could spell trouble as well.
On 2-0. Delivers the inside corner.
Tyson's like, that's not my groove right there.
No. Can be selective on 2-0.
He wants to get those big arms extended. He knows he can wear out the right center field gap.
Ross hits that one well, but over to shortstop. Ahmed's good. Goes the short way, and the side is retired. Close play at second base. Venable was there in a hurry. We'll go to the bottom of the second. 1-0. Padres on top of
ability and the ability to move around the diamond helps us in this regard. So I think it gets Venable in the lineup. You'll see some Almonte also. And I think the most important thing that the way he played last night gave us an indication that he feels comfortable there.
That is Bud Black talking about Will Myers' performance at first base last night. He told me today that, hey, we don't expect him to be perfect there. He's going to make some mistakes. That happens when you're learning a new position. But I love his enthusiasm, his willing to learn any position. And someone asked him, how much did he work there during spring training? And he replied with, where didn't he work during spring training? He's a guy who wants to play, brings every glove. He brought his first base glove on this trip. So the youthfulness of Will Myers, we talk about it all the time, but the way that he laughs, the way that he goes about the game, that's what Buddy Black loves about him.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I have a follow-up question for you. How have the guys been treating him in the dugout? They're close to the dugout, that first base position. They give him a hard time over there?
That's what I love. They can lean over. You're so close to where he is. They lean over every time a ball hit his way yesterday. Guys were ribbing him all night long. He loves it, though. He likes the attention.
Thank you, Chris. How long is that going to last? How long until this just becomes normal, assuming he's going to be playing there most days?
I think with Will Myers and his type of personality, those guys are never going to let up. And I love it. And he loves it.
Peralta was at the plate when Paul Goldschmidt was picked off by Tyson Ross and Will Myers to end the first inning.
That was a nasty slider we just saw right there from Tyson Ross.
It was another first for Will Myers, getting in that rundown situation, playing first base. Just used his speed to chase Goldschmidt down. Topper foul at the plate. You know, it's funny, the old baseball cliche or whatever is that, you know, when a guy's playing a new position or out of position, the ball's going to find him. You know, weird stuff is going to happen. Nothing too out of the ordinary last night for Myers. High throw from Amarista on a ground ball. A couple pickoff plays, caught a line drive, but nothing too crazy. 2-2, just missing outside.
The thing about Will Myers is this: he is going to accept any challenge.
(3-2) to Peralta, ground ball to the right side. That's Solarte playing all the way near second. He makes the throw. One gone.
Third baseman, number 24, Yasmani Tomas.
Tyson Ross in his last start at San Francisco on Monday. Season high 7 innings. Allowed a couple of runs, and early on in that game, it did not look like the kind of start that was going to end up being 7 innings long.
If he finds that release point, Jesse, if he has all his mechanics in order.
Yasmani Tomas, first pitch swinging. Solarte back at the hot corner. Throws across, 2 away.
Join the Padres on Sunday, May 17th, coming up next homestand as they honor the men and women of the U.S. Coast Guard. Sector San Diego for U.S. Coast Guard Appreciation Day, presented by our good friends at USAA. Military and their families receive 50% off tickets to Sunday's game. How do you get your tickets?
Padres.com/military.
There you go.
They don't patrol the pool here, though, right? The Coast Guard?
No.
They got much more important things to worry about. 2 gone for Chris Owings, the Arizona second baseman. And Tyson the other day in San Francisco was battling early, did a great job of settling in and giving 7 innings. Didn't get the run support, though, and he's got 1 early on. Owings started at second base in the first game of this series. Shortstop last night, back at second this evening. And here's a chance for Will Myers. Up against the rail. He makes the catch. No big deal. You heard the encouragement from his teammates in the dugout. Myers makes the catch. And Tyson Ross has a 1-2-3 second inning. What can't Will Myers do? He's having fun over at first base. Nonchalant. Checks how much room he's got. Makes the catch.
AYSO, the world's largest soccer club. Go to ayso.org/play to find your region and sign up for your fall team today.
Nice.
Kick the soccer ball around a little bit. Get active.
Plenty of Padre fans in attendance Saturday night in Phoenix. Not too bad of a drive from San Diego. Easy flight. And I'm sure there's some Padre fans who live in the area. Will Myers made the nice catch to end the bottom of the second, and he'll lead off the top of the third.
There's an A.J. Preller fan and a Trevor Hoffman fan with the number 51 hat. I like that hat.
I like that too.
Plain and simple. Love it.
It's a little bit minimalist. It's just kind of a straightforward thing. I like that.
More, what is it? Less is better, right? Less is more.
There you go.
Less is more.
That's the phrase. Garv. Myers for the bunt single, and he scored the first run of the night. He and Spangenberg each had hits to lead the game off against Chase Anderson. Leading off again this inning, and now 2-2.
The 2-1 breaking ball. Anderson pitching backwards. Here's the curveball from Anderson. Get up on top, 2-1, and Will Myers wasn't expecting it, so.
Now a 2-2, and he fouls this one back off of Pacheco. Saw Derek Norris take a tough one earlier this series. Now the Arizona catcher gets one off the shoulder.
Oh. Listen to this. Oh.
Two, and the fastball is fouled back to the screen.
He just had a pitch that he could have just wore out right field. Elevated outer half. That had pool written all over it.
Myers, couple of hits against Anderson back in April. 1 for 1 tonight. And playing a mean first base. 2-2 to Will. In on the hands, popped up. Looks like it's going to find the seats as Tomas watches it. Bottom of the second inning, a foul pop off the bat of Chris Owings. No problem for Will Myers.
3 flash looks. Extend snow cone. Seems like he's been playing over there for years.
You can see why Buddy Black wants to roll with Myers at first base.
I like it.
8th pitch of the at bat, and he takes low, ball 3.
And when you're as versatile as Will Myers, you've got to roll with the changes. You've got to ride the storm out.
Going to talk about Will Myers, some of the other Padre hitters in the bottom of this inning. Mark Kotze, first-year hitting coach, is going to join us live from the Padre dugout. It's pretty cool. 3-2, Myers pops it up. Right side of the infield. Owings. 1 away, and time now for the T-Mobile Game Changer. Corey Spangenberg coming up. Last 5 games, he's been all kinds of nice.
Very selective at the plate. A triple, 2 runs scored last night. Last 5 games, hitting well over 300. And more Friar faithful taken in a big league ball game. Social sparklers with a loved one rooting on the Pods.
Spangenberg singled to center field his first time up, also stole second base. Takes a mighty hack there and fouls it back.
He's got some pop too.
We saw that in his second day in the big leagues last year against the Diamondbacks. That home run off of Brad Ziegler. Hits that one well to center field. Pollock is going back, and he'll make the catch. Well struck from Corey Spangenberg as we check in with Chris Button.
Well, Mark Grant, you said you were hoping to see Corey Lubke out there soon, and you may just get your wish. I talked to him yesterday. He threw a bullpen yesterday, said everything feels good. And if no soreness creeps up, then next week he should start facing some hitters. He said he's been throwing both pins for about 3 to 4 weeks. You know, he went through Tommy John surgery in 2014 for the second time. Said this time much better than when he went through it the first time in 2012. So could face hitters as early as next week, Mark.
Oh, that's great news, Chris. Thank you very much, because a healthy Corey Lukey could do wonders for the Padres. We saw when he was healthy early on, and to be left-handed, watch out.
Another guy to just sort of keep in mind as this season goes along, and maybe an option somewhere down the line as Kemp rolls over and grounds this one to Ahmed. Quick inning for Chase Anderson. 1-2-3 in the third. Mark Kotze will join us in the bottom half of this inning. Jesse Agler with Mark Grant, Chris Budden, and we're now joined by the Padre hitting coach, Mark Kotze, down in the first base dugout here at Chase Field. Mark, appreciate you hanging out with us for this half inning. How are things in the dugout?
Things in the dugout are pretty good. You guys are taken away from a little video time, though.
We'll make it fast to that as Jordan Pacheco stands in against Tyson Ross. How are you enjoying your first year as a big league hitting coach?
It's definitely been exciting. There is a lot of hard work that goes into this job that, even from last year in the position that I was in the front office with, goes unnoticed.
What's the biggest challenge, Mark?
I think the biggest challenge is just the day in, day out, hands-on. This is definitely a game of failure offensively, and you just can't let that creep in. We got to keep the confidence high, and it's, as I said, a daily process of hard work and preparation.
When you look back at some of the wins and losses for the Padres, it seems like when the runs and the hits come, they really come, and then you got a couple of games where maybe the scoring isn't where you'd like it to be. What do you make of that, when we kind of look at the results so far in what's, to be fair, just about a month?
Sure. If you look at the month, I think overall, we've had guys contribute throughout up and down the lineup, which has been a big success for us. We talk about team style offense. And for the most part, when we do score runs, I think it's a lack of execution from the pitching side, as well as good timely hitting. We look at the series we just left up in San Francisco, where we didn't have success the first 2 days, but you got to sometimes give credit where credit's due, and we face good pitching. We do execute our game plan, and we have had games where we didn't score, but yet we hit some balls hard, and defensively we've had some good plays made against us. But that's baseball. But I think you got to look at the big picture and the overall success that we've had offensively. I'm real happy with the approach, the plan, up and down the lineup.
And oh, by the way, 146 runs scored leads the National League.
Well, that's a stat I don't look at, but I'm happy to hear.
Mark, who was the one hitter that came over when you took the job that you now get the chance to see each and every day and say, wow, oh my goodness?
I think at this point, the big boys in the middle with Upton and Kemp, you watch them on a daily basis, their preparation, their work, and then the way the ball comes off the bat. It's definitely been impressive. One of the other things you talk about offensively, as I said, everyone's contributed, but we really haven't had anyone in a locked-in hot zone at the same time, which is good. It's a good thing going forward that, when these guys do click together, as you said, we have had some high-scoring runs, but, I don't think we've hit our stride offensively yet.
Let's talk about the cycle. A couple of chances last night. You've been around this Padre organization long enough to know the deal here. You hit for a cycle in Atlanta. Is it more of just one of those quirky things? Because obviously, look, a 4-for-4 night with 4 homers, I would imagine, is preferable. But nonetheless, we'd love to see one.
No question. I was really pulling hard last night. I'd love to be a part of it. And we had 2 guys last night going into their last at-bats, Will Myers, Will Venable. And, it would have been a special moment for sure. If I reflect back on my night, generally you get the hardest one out of the way first, which is that triple, and then you hit a homer. And Venable had, the best start to it, and then Will Myers creeps up last night and has a run at it. But they're definitely hard to come by, and I don't know what's more difficult in baseball knowledge, whether it's a no-hitter or a cycle. You guys can feed the information, but they are rare. And this guy at the plate, I believe, has had 2 cycles. Or not this guy, one of their guys on their team,
yeah.
Hill. So
yeah, Hill has a couple. All right, Chase Anderson strikes out. A 1-2-3 third for Tyson Ross. Thanks, Mark Kotze. Appreciate it. Padres up 1-0. By Sequan Casino, only 25 miles from Petco Park. And by Jack in the Box. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. Padres a 1-0 lead on the Diamondbacks. Start of the 4th inning. Justin Upton, Yangervis Solarte, and Derek Norris coming to the plate against Chase Anderson. Big thank you to Mark Kotze for joining us in the bottom of the 3rd.
That's good stuff.
He's awesome. I mean,
that guy's a cage rat. He and Alonzo Powell.
That's what you want out of a hitting coach, a guy that wants to be in the batting cage with his guys. And back at Petco Park, they've sort of redone that batting cage. I know Chris had a great report on it earlier this season, kind of a tribute to Tony Gwynn in there, and all of his great habits being talked about. Into shallow center, Ahmed, the shortstop, makes the catch. Upton is out, and 1 away.
When we travel with this team, and we get to the ballpark early, if it's not out on the field, you can hear the ball off the bat from the cage just off the clubhouse. And who's in there? whether it's soft toss or throwing to these hitters, Mark Kotsay, Alonzo Powell. These guys are great at their craft.
Padres offensive numbers night and day from this point last year, although that should be no surprise with all of the changes made this season. But it's been fun watching them swing the bat as Solarte swings and pops it up on the left side. Ahmed, 2 away.
A lot of early swings from these Friars this evening here in Arizona. Trying to jump all over that Chase Anderson fastball. And why not? He's not overpowering. He's going to touch 91, maybe. So if you get it, hard of the plate, outer third, inner third, I say go to Hacken.
Bunch of pop-ups for a guy that usually gets a bunch of ground balls. 8 at-bats already for the pitcher Anderson of 2 or fewer pitches. See if Derek Norris takes. He does, and pitches just inside. Norris popped up to Nick Ahmed. His first time up, he's 0 for 1. Another early swing, and this one's fouled out of play.
Just notice that Anderson goes from the first base side of that pitcher's plate, and it looks like he's got a pretty straight stride towards home plate. Doesn't throw across his body, so he's got good command of that fastball down and away. It's just a straight line from that first base side to the outside part of the plate against a right-handed hitter.
Picking the corners against Norris. They want to come back inside, leave it over the middle of the plate though, and he fouls it away. Closed captioning for tonight's game is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel. 2 outs, nobody on, top of the 4th. Padres got a first inning run for Tyson Ross. One, 2. And he reaches down, hits it in the air to center. Pollock coming in, and he's not going to get there. 2-out single for Derek Norris. Tough pitch to hit, and he lines it into center field.
Looked like a breaking ball out of the hand of Anderson.
Center fielder Will Venable.
Mark Kotsay and Alonzo Powell probably smiling on the bench after that hit. Kept the hands back just long enough, kind of felt for this one. Definitely a ball. And Derek Norris adding to his daytime batting average going into this game in the National League, 8th in the National League with a 360 day. I'm calling this a day because the sun is shining. Not considered a day game?
I don't think so, no. Sorry.
Can't give him a little bit of love because the sun's still shining?
Daytime batting average is great, but this is officially and technically a night game. Venable loves hitting here. 14 for his last 28. That doesn't even include the first inning single.
Well, even though it's a night game, then it's a good stat to know that tomorrow, if Derek Norris is catching, he hits 360 during day games.
We'll file that one away and can open up the drawer tomorrow if he's in the lineup. But it is a day game after a night game, and Correct. He's a catcher, so that's no sure thing.
There's one of the nice changeups from Chase Anderson. Haven't seen many of those this evening. Good arm action. He throws his fastball to set up his changeup.
Had a Venable 0-2. Shook off Pacheco a couple of times. When we've had that box tracks up there, you can see to a lot of these Padre hitters likes to work down in the zone. In and out, but mostly down.
Right.
No swing, according to the third base umpire, Jim Joyce.
You know what I like about that? Greg Gibson. Immediately, ball in the dirt, check swing, no hesitation. He's concentrating on the pitch. He immediately appeals down to Jim Joyce. Watch how quickly this happens. Ball in the dirt, check swing. No. Did he go? And Jim Joyce says no.
That should be how it is every time.
Absolutely.
And you might start seeing more of that. Runner goes on 2-2. Pacheco's throw down, not in time. Derek Norris steals second base. That's his first steal of the season. Padres have gotten Pacheco a couple of times tonight.
The element of surprise, catcher Derek Norris. Regular leg kick, a good pitch for Pacheco to handle, and a short hop. Kind of worked underneath that one a little bit, didn't stay on top of it.
Catcher position's been an issue for the D-backs this year. Gozowicz had the great game a couple of nights ago, but neither he nor Pacheco provides a ton offensively.
Could one of the tools of the trade of Derek Norris be the wheels?
First time we've seen him.
Of the Padre catcher?
Hey, but we've seen him hustle, on ground balls, beat out, play at first base, so he can run a little. Nice job there. 3-2 to Venable is low. Ball 4.
Hey, get ready for San Diego's biggest happy hour. You're going to love this. Party in the Park, presented by Southwest Airlines, is back Friday, May 15th, coming up. Padres are going to take on the Nationals at 7:10. The party starts at 5 o'clock. Features $5 food and $5 drinks. Don't miss the assortment of Maui Jim sunglasses and the Shellback Rum Man Cave. Get your tickets at Padres.com/partay.
It's a lot of fun. Maybe those guys will be there. It's a good dad. Helping with the ponytail.
Yeah.
Trying to, at least. Hey, A for effort, Dad. Alexi Amarista with 2 outs, runners on first and second. Amarista flew out to center field his first time up. He's 0 for 1.
Well, we've got to take advantage of that. 2 quick outs, pop-ups, and then the single and a walk. Pacheco out to have a chat with Anderson, maybe going over the signs, series of signs. First sign after 2, last sign. Every pitcher's different. Whatever you feel comfortable with, let your catcher know. I was a first sign after 2 guy.
Derek Norris, a catcher on second base. He's got the direct view at Pacheco. Venable on first. And that fastball is a foul ball. Actually trying to get it back going offensively again in the last game against the Giants in San Francisco on Wednesday. He had 3 hits, drove in a couple of runs. Look out. He likes the ball inside, maybe just not, up by the face.
I don't know how many hitters do like that fastball up by the face, but watch him turn in. Fastball in, turn in, get away, and hit the deck if you need to. Now will he go soft away? Fastball away?
Hits it in the air to center field. It was a changeup from Anderson. Pollock makes the catch, and that's it for the Padres here in the 4th. They leave a couple, but lead 1-0. Tyson Ross coming back out.
to you by Geico. October 1st, 1999, Padres and Diamondbacks. Tony Gwynn heats a deep drive and it lands in the pool area. Padres will go on to a 6-1 victory. Tony's one of 2 San Diego Padres to hit it into the pool. Scott Harrison is the other in 2008. And our own Steve Finley, when he was with the Diamondbacks, has hit 2 here in the pool. I made my way out to the pool area, find out how many home runs have actually, they call them splash bombs, have landed in the pool. There's been 50 of them. Now, there are some guidelines to what count. It has to land directly into the water. No ricocheting, can't roll over. So 50 of them today. They haven't hit one since July in 2014 last year. Maybe today's the day.
All right, so for it to be an official splashdown, it's got to land on the fly in the water.
Right.
Interesting, Chris. They're having fun out there tonight,
A lot of buzz and excitement out there, huh, Chris?
It's a ton of fun.
A lot of celebrities out there as well.
They're having a lot of fun down there. This group actually does it once a year.
I see the Biebs is out there.
Looks like
hanging
a
out.
San Diego State basketball game. The show. Justin Bieber.
There's Bieber, Bruce Jenner, Miley Cyrus. They all came out to Chase Field today.
They wanted to see the Padres. Ball to strike to Inciarte out to left field. Upton tracking it. And he makes the catch right at the edge of the track. Tyson Ross kind of rolling here through the end.
Hey, he's locked in. He's got that release point down. The slider's biting. These Padre fans want to see a Padre victory.
Hey, look at that. He drew you guys.
I look like Dr. Evil.
I think it's pretty realistic.
You know me. I love homemade signs.
Oh, no, it's the best.
You put a lot of heart and soul into it. It's not manufactured where you take it to somebody. So thank you very much. Mr. Professor, wish him well.
A couple of days off for Dick. He'll be back when the Padres return home. So he's got you in like a polo shirt, I see. He's got Dick all dressed up, looking nice with a tie, and you're some kind of schlub in a golf shirt.
That's nice. Thank you.
It's a good representation. Pollock fouls it back. 0-2.
This is exactly where Tyson Ross wants to be. 0-2. Just opens up so many doors. Not only as far as location with the fastball, but changeup, slider. Expand the zone as Darren Balsley. He lives and dies with every pitch of his pitching staff.
He's into it. Pollock swings, tips it into the mid of the catcher Norris, and that is strike 3.
Nice two-seam fastball at 93. He's getting that downward plane, and look at the movement. That's tremendous movement for Tyson Ross.
Chris Davis, double trouble. Cubs and Brewers, game break coming up with Mike and Mark. Paul Goldschmidt, 2 outs, nobody aboard. And first pitch swinging, lines it to right. Kemp coming over, can't make the catch. And that's the first hit of the night for the Diamondbacks. Good recovery for Kemp out of the dive as he holds Goldschmidt to a single.
Well, Matt Kemp laying out. We've seen him do it this year. Going to his left, going to his right. And up to this point, Tyson Ross not allowing a base runner. That ball is slicing, and Matt doing everything he can to try to get that one on the fly. And thank goodness keeps it in front of him to keep Goldschmidt at first base.
So 2 outs and a runner on first, and the Diamondbacks, and we've seen it firsthand, best team in the National League in these situations. Peralta takes strike 1.
Just having to correct myself. The first hit, they had a base runner, actually, the Diamondbacks, that walk in the first, but he was picked off.
Yes.
So trying to protect that no-hit bid as the Shriners are here. The little golf carts parked outside enjoying a big league ball game.
Peralta 0 for 1 with a ground out, takes a big swing and a miss. 0-2.
That slider is biting today, huh? Josh Coleman in bobblehead day today. Central Michigan Chippewa has our own Dick Enberg, a Chippewa himself.
That was very nice of you. Picked one up for Dick. 0-2, nearly hit him. Fastball ran in, and Peralta spun out of the way.
Here's the breakdown for Tyson Ross. The arsenal tonight. 55 on the fastball. Breaking ball, that slider. He's got it working at 45. And coming in at show, the changeup. The goose egg.
He's allowed just one hit. 3 strikeouts and a walk for Tyson, and he's got a 1-0 lead. 1-2 to Peralta. In on the ground, but foul. Looked like maybe another opportunity for Will Myers over at first.
Well, Tyson Ross has such tremendous movement on the 2-seam fastball and the slider today. Talk about avoiding the barrel of the bat. It's either down by the end of the bat or in on the label.
Mark Trumbo started the first 2 games of this series. Certainly an option off the bench later in the game if Chip Hale wants some power. Another 1-2 to Peralta, and he hammers this one to left. Upton coming in. He slides, not going to get there, and it's going to roll for a while. Venable hustling after it. Goldschmidt is going to come around and score. Peralta's going to third, and he'll make it. Justin Upton went all or nothing in left field and came up empty. Tie game here in the bottom of the 4th, and another 2-out run for the Diamondbacks.
And I think Justin Upton wants that one back. That's not the play there with 2 outs. Trying to be aggressive and make the spectacular play as the 2-seamer is left up. Peralta taking it that way. That's one of those where you got to play it on the big hop, keep it in front of you with 2 outs. Would have been first and second.
RBI triple for David Peralta. And we're knotted at 1. Third baseman Yasmani Tomas. Arizona scored 8 times in the first game of this series with 2 outs. Goldschmidt singled and a Peralta triple. Tomas had 3 hits in the first game of the series. That was against Odrisamer Despaigne and the Padre bullpen. Arizona took that game 11-0. Padres bounced back to win last night 6-5. James Shields improved to 4-0. Big nights for Myers and Venable and Spangenberg. And here we are tied at 1 in the 4th inning. Ball and a strike to Tomas. Comes up empty, 1-2.
Yeah, there's a big at-bat right here for Tyson Ross to leave that runner stranded at third base. Leave it tied up at 1.
The 51st pitch of the night from Tyson Ross is topped foul. Really the first time tonight Tyson's had to work this hard. The only base runner prior to Goldschmidt's 2-out single here in the 4th was the walk in the 1st.
See what Tyson did right there? Kind of patted himself on the backside. That's just a little reminder to stay back in his mechanics and not drift, and not rush towards home plate.
Tomas takes outside, 2-2. All those little reminders pitchers go through mechanically.
Whether it's your front side or the back side or whatever little thing that reminds you to keep it right.
Tomas doing battle here with Tyson Ross. 7th start of the season for the 28-year-old. 5 of them come away from Petco Park. As you see, biggest workload of the night so far here in the bottom of the 4th. 2-2, and he got it. Strike 3 called as Yasmani Tomas is punched out for the final out of the inning. 4th K of the night, but now tied 1-1. Ross stands in, and yeah, as the guys were saying, that's not going to be the last one for Chris Bryant in the major leagues. Chase Anderson back to work, pitching in a tie game as Tyson swings and misses 1-1. Talented kid, Chris Bryant.
Very talented, and a prince of a kid as well as Derek Norris, who's got the fingernails painted. So Tyson Ross, it's easier to see the signs.
Tyson puts a charge into that one. Straightaway center field. Pollock is racing back, and he'll make the catch just in front of that overhang in dead center. Padre pitcher putting a charge into that one.
He hit the ball hard the first time up. It was a ground ball to the shortstop, 5.5 hole. But the play was made at the force at second base on the 6-4. Tyson gets extended here. Had a good sound to it towards the deepest part of the yard for the out.
Saw Steve Finley the last couple of days talking about that overhang in center field on both sides of the batter's eye and how that can be tricky. Tyson just missed putting it there as Myers fouls off the first pitch. And just to the left and the right of straightaway center field, those overhangs can be a little bit tricky. Interesting dimensions here at Chase Field.
I know you want to be different, but why make it like that? I think that's too quirky. I can understand if it's a ballpark built back in 1908 or whatever. But you've got one chance to make a ballpark unique, and to have it like that, I think that's just a little bit too much. Just one man's opinion.
I bet you hate the hill in Houston then. Popped up behind the plate.
That one I'm not too concerned about because it is so far out. We've seen some great plays made on that hill. The flagpoles are in play.
Yeah.
So that in itself is unique. I think if I had to choose one or the other, I would choose the hill over the quirkiness of center field here in Copper Square.
I love the hill. Love the hill in Houston, but it seems like it's falling out of favor with a lot of people these days. Tal's Hill.
Tal Smith, the former general manager and president and everything else with the Houston Astros organization. the dad of Randy Smith of the San Diego Padres.
1-2 to Myers, and it's down the right field line. That's a fair ball, probably extra bases. Myers has his second hit of the night, racing for second. Throw comes in, not in time. Now it gets away, and Myers going to try for 3, and he'll get there. What a couple of nights for Wil Myers. It had just passed Goldschmidt down the right field line, and he ends up on third base.
Second baseman, Corey Spangenberg.
Hey, don't look down, but Wil Myers is halfway to the cycle. He's got a single, now he has a double. Paul Goldschmidt playing way off the line. And what does that tell you? He's taking a pitch and trying not to do too much, playing pepper in between Goldschmidt and the bag. The double pop-up slide, he sees daylight, and there's the free 90 feet.
So the Padres have the go-ahead run 90 feet away with 1 out here in the 5th.
Watch him just flick that ball. Hit down on it inside the bag.
Inciarte's got a gun.
Did that hit Will on the fly?
Might have. Infield's going to come in for Arizona. Spangenberg takes in the dirt, and a nice stop by Pacheco behind the plate. How about last night and tonight so far? Myers and Spangenberg, 8 for 11, 4 extra base hits, 4 walks, 4 runs. Table setters.
I like it. We mentioned that in the pregame show.
Prophetic. Spangenberg lines that one foul. You talked about in the pregame, right? Those 3 S's that Spangenberg brings. Trying to supply some offense now here as well. Singled and stole a base in the first inning. Lined out to left field last time up. Fly ball here would give the Padres the lead.
Nice fan catch.
Oh.
Barehanded with a drink in the left hand. Snares it. Look at the reaction from the members around him. That was a big league fan catch. One of the better ones I've seen.
Yeah. And he might have saved somebody too behind.
Speed, spark, selectivity. That's what describes Corey Spangenberg. Let's see if he's selective here and gets a good pitch to hit.
Take strike 3. Close pitch, and that's the first strikeout of the night for Chase Anderson. Let's take another look at this one. Very close pitch, and could go either way. Number 4.
Yeah, this is paint, ladies and gentlemen. That is right on the outside corner. Paint. According to tracks, that ball was touching that outside line, correct?
Looked like it. Here's Matt Kemp, 2 outs, runner on third. Sac fly to drive in the first run of the night for the Padres. Hits this one on the ground to shortstop. Ahmed will throw him out, and the side is retired. We're still tied 1-1 going to the bottom of the 5th.
Trade brought to you by Ram Trucks, and we feature Will Myers at first base. A little help from his friends on the foul ball.
Right here, Brady Root, you got Root, you got Root, yeah! Brady Root, you got Root, you got Root, yeah!
Jose Valentin, first base coach, helping out Will Myers, and the high five all the way around in the Padres dugout. Hard to hold back the smiles for Will Myers playing first base.
That's why they say it's the friendly dugout on those kinds of plays. Probably wouldn't have gotten that kind of assistance in front of the Arizona dugout. First pitch swinging. Chris Owings, nice play by Solarte. One away. A lot of action over at third base for Solarte tonight. That's the 6th ground ball to go to the Padre third baseman.
And when a pitcher has the two-seam fastball working and a slider that's down to the zone, a lot of the times those right-handed hitters, if they're on that pitch, they will beat it into the ground and pull it. Hence the ground balls, and a lot of work over there for Yangervis Solarte.
Tyson Ross back to work after allowing a run in the 4th inning. A couple of 2-out hits for the Diamondbacks. Single from Goldschmidt, triple from Peralta. Got Arizona on the board. Catcher Pacheco takes strike 1. Busy night for Solarte. This is a nice play.
Times the jump perfectly, and you can see Emerista going over there to back up just in case. Plenty of time to gather himself and fire a strike across the diamond. To the big fella, Will Myers.
And that's past Emerista into left field. First hit of the night for Pacheco. 1-out single.
As a pitcher, you'll take those grounders. Sometimes they find the hole. Sometimes they're right in the glove of the defender. Work for another one right here and get a double play.
Ross will deal to the Arizona shortstop, Nick Ahmed. He was 0 for 4 in the first game of the series, the only starting position player not to reach on Thursday night. Certainly known to be more of a glove guy than a bat guy.
Chip Hale flashing signs to third base coach Andy Green.
Ahmed, a 2nd-round pick of the Braves back in 2011, went to the Diamondbacks in the trade that sent Justin Upton to Atlanta. Love those connections around baseball. It's always neat, right? Abraham Almonte in the Padre dugout tonight, recalled from AAA El Paso, was once traded for Sean Kelly, who's in the bullpen for San Diego. James Shields, Will Myers traded for one another, now teammates. Ahmed won the starting shortstop job in spring training. He hit much better than expected during Cactus League play, but has struggled here in the first month of the season at the plate.
Like you said, he can catch it just as good as anybody, or better.
Two-one from Ross, and nice pitch. 2-2. Ahmed wanted no part of that one. Knees buckled a little bit.
That looked like a high slider that kind of had curveball action to it. I think the reason why, if you're questioning, was that a curveball? I don't think so, because it was up and in a little bit. Didn't have that bite to it. Had kind of that roll to it.
Ground ball to first. Myers with a diving stop. And he'll get the out at first.
The big fella.
Yeah, he's been playing there his whole life.
Being nimble, holding the runner. Okay, now you're going this way. Now you're going to go farther that way. Diving, extending. Checking the runner. Oh, he's like a little kid out there.
You know what I love too? Is that he didn't panic and think about trying to turn a crazy double play.
Right.
He took the short out, 2nd out of the inning, pitcher coming up.
Perfect.
Active night at first base for Will Myers, just his 2nd big league start at first base. Anderson swings and misses, strike 1. That's a great play.
It is a good play. You're right. Hey, that's 1st and 3rd for the Diamondbacks if he doesn't get that.
Anderson struck out his first time up. Bends away from a breaking ball. 1-1. Chase Anderson 1 for 42 at the plate in his big league career.
Tyson kind of pulled off that one. See how he kind of spun on his front leg a little bit, cutting himself short there. And that pitch being down out of the zone.
Ross trying to get the third out of the inning. He's got the opposing pitcher at the plate, but a 2-ball and 1-strike count to Chase Anderson. 2-2.
Swinging the ball there.
Ross trying to finish off the Diamondbacks here in the 5th, and that's a base hit up the middle. Venable coming over. They're going to wave Pacheco, and Arizona will take a 2-1 lead. First career RBI for Chase Anderson. Just his second big league hit, and another run for the Diamondbacks with 2 outs in an inning.
Chase Anderson took advantage of a high breaking ball. Boy, he got to that ball and stayed on top of it. That's a good looking swing. Tyson Ross missing with location on that pitch. He wanted it down and away. And Anderson, the pitcher for the D-backs, helping his own cause there by driving in a run.
And gets the leadoff man Inciarte at the plate. Arizona right fielder 0 for 2 tonight. Diamondbacks were held in check for the first 3 innings. Scored once in the 4th, and they've taken the lead here in the 5th. Tyson Ross fell behind the opposing pitcher, Chase Anderson. And eventually a hard hit ball up the middle for an RBI single. Oh, 2 to Inciarte down by the feet.
Let's go back to that base hit with the runner rounding third, Will Venable. I thought there might have been a play there, but a little juggle there and there, and by that time Jordan Pacheco was rounding third base. The intent was, it looked like Will Venable was going to come up firing for a play at the plate.
One-two to Inciarte. Is strike 3 called, and Ross gets out of the inning. The Diamondbacks, though, with another 2-out run, they've taken a 2-1 lead.
2-1. I am in what is formerly known as Uptown. This area out here in right field was named after Justin Upton, so that fans could come and cheer for their favorite player. Right above me was a big sign that said Uptown. Hits very well at this park. 406 hits, 69 home runs. And it would come of no surprise that he has one of the longest home runs in Chase Field history, right off the Friday's Front Row Grill. It didn't go actually inside the restaurant, but wouldn't that have been something? Eat some spinach artichoke dip and a Justin Upton home run ball lands in your dip.
Yeah, how about that?
But yeah,
right there?
475 feet.
Oof. Yeah, you're eating some fried mac and cheese all of a sudden.
Waiter,
Justin
there's a
Upton.
baseball in my soup.
Top of the sixth, Upton leading it off against Chase Anderson. Thank you, Chris Budden. Certainly the fans in San Diego have taken to him. Got the Upton funk thing going on at Petco Park, and you see the most career home runs in this building. Fox Sports San Diego's own Steve Finley on the list as Upton lines that one foul.
Like to add to that list.
Wouldn't be a bad time. Padres trailing for the first time tonight after the Arizona pitcher Chase Anderson came up with a 2-out RBI single in the bottom of the fifth. Upton's popped it up a couple of times tonight. Changeup had him fooled. 2 balls and 2 strikes. You see Anderson up now at 75 pitches.
And throwing that changeup behind in the count. Again. 2-1 fastball count. He pulled the string.
Been very efficient. Got him. Second strikeout of the night for Anderson. Another changeup to Upton, who's now 0 for 3 tonight, 1 away here in the 6th.
He throws the fastball to set up the changeup, and he throws back to back. Not only the great changeup, but how about the great location, down and away for the swing and miss.
Jan Hervis Solarte. 1 hit in each of the first 2 games of the series. And he takes outside, ball 1. We were talking earlier about how Chase Anderson is the guy in the Arizona rotation that doesn't get run support.
Yes.
Takes matters into his own hands.
He took advantage of a bad pitch. It was an elevated pitch. Got his hands through nicely, stayed on top of it, and rifled it towards the center of the diamond.
Solarte ahead in the count. And the 2-0 is taken for a called strike. How many pitches tonight from Anderson have we seen right on one of the lines on Fox Tracks? Whether it's inside, outside, top, bottom.
Consistent work in the bottom part of the zone. Going up by design.
Solarte hits that one in the air left field. Peralta just a couple of steps 2 away.
See that pitch on Fox Tracks right down the middle. That was something Mark Conte was alluding to. There have been times when the Padre hitters have gotten mistakes, like pitch number 4 right there on the Fox Tracks, brought to you by Southland Technology, and just worked underneath it.
Derek Norris has one of the 5 San Diego hits. Singled his last time up and also stole his first base of the season. Norris certainly has the power to get one out of here as he takes inside. Pitch updated on another ridiculous moment from Bryce Harper. Braves and Nationals. Norris hits that one in the air. Very shallow left field. The shortstop Ahmed going back. He makes the catch, and Chase Anderson has a 1-2-3 6th inning and a 2-1 lead. Mike and Mark, thank you. Yeah, it's a real conversation to have. Trout and Harper. That's some kind of 3 days or 3 games, I guess, for Bryce Harper as the Nationals continue to peck away at that big lead the Mets had early in the National League East. Nice play by Derek Norris. Gets A.J. Pollock on the swinging bunt, 1 away. Washington looked buried after the first couple of weeks. Everybody was writing them off, and well, here they come. We'll see the Nationals at Petco Park coming up. Nice crowd on a Saturday night here in downtown Phoenix, and Paul Goldschmidt at the plate.
Part of that 27,000 plus Padre faithful rooting on the Pods. Yes, he did.
Schmidt couldn't hold up. Nothing in 1. Diamondbacks trying to get themselves going. Padres and Snakes splitting the first 2 games of this series. Arizona had a strange series in Colorado coming in. They were postponed on Monday and Tuesday, and then the Diamondbacks swept a doubleheader on Wednesday. And the Rockies have had a weird week. Goldschmidt can't hold up again. 1 and 2. All right, so Colorado.
Mother
Monday
Nature has not been kind.
Yeah, so Denver, right? Monday against Arizona, postponed. Tuesday, postponed. Wednesday, the Rockies are swept in that doubleheader. Goldschmidt fouls it back. Off day Thursday for the Rockies. Yesterday against the Dodgers, they lose in a game that had 3 hours worth of delays and ended in 6 innings. And then today, postponed. That's the kind of thing that can wreak havoc with a team.
For a month. For weeks.
1-2 to Goldschmidt. Arizona obviously came out of it okay, but they won those 2 games and then they got out of Dodge.
Tyson Ross trying to work consistently down this at bat to Paul Goldschmidt. We know it can happen when you elevate a pitch, any part of the zone, to Paul Goldschmidt. Good plate coverage. Not biting on the slider.
3 balls, 2 strikes to Goldschmidt, who's got the only walk of the night for Arizona. Tyson Ross been in control much of the night. 3-2 to the man they call Goldie. All 4. Goldschmidt on base for the 3rd time in 3 trips to the plate.
I think Paul Goldschmidt learned something during this at bat, seeing the pitches from Tyson Ross. First pitch slider, look at the check swing. Fastball, there's the slider again. Okay, now after seeing it 2 times, he's quick to the fastball, fouls it off. There's another one. The slider, not biting on that one. The fastball, he'll take his walk.
Goldschmidt, a 1-out base runner for Peralta, who tripled his last time up. Tied the game at 1 back in the 4th inning. Goldschmidt might be a big guy over there at first base, but don't be fooled.
He can run.
6 steals, leads the team.
And with the way Peralta swings the bat, you might see something here.
Hits the ball well to left, and it will be foul.
Strike 1.
Goldschmidt back to first base.
There you see the percentage, 86%. 6 out of 7. He had that 1 stolen base in the 1st inning. Picked off, rather, in the stolen base attempt.
Peralta tried to check his swing. He did. 1-1. Yeah, Goldschmidt was picked off. They called it a caught stealing in the 1st. They had him in what could have been a rundown. Will Myers just did it on his own, chased him down from behind, tagged him out. That was the only base runner for the Diamondbacks in the first 3 innings. He goes again, and the pitch is fouled off at the plate. Peralta just got a piece, 1-2. Goldschmidt stays, and Peralta takes just out of the zone. And if you look at Fox Tracks,
high strike.
Yeah. Pitch 4.
With that two-seam fastball, straightening him up and catching that high inside corner.
He's gotten that call a couple of times tonight as they check on Goldschmidt.
Tyson, did you see that throw?
Yeah, nice little move there.
Kind of like back on his back foot, kind of Laredo. Whether he lost his balance on the spin or what.
Goldschmidt goes. The 2-2 is grounded past Myers, but a nice job behind him by Spangenberg, who will not make a throw to third base. Goldschmidt just kept on running. Spangenberg backing up behind Myers, thought about making the long throw, thought better of it, and an infield single for David Peralta.
Well, nice effort by Will Myers, extending and backing up Corey Spangenberg and not panicking. Not panicking at all. Sometimes the best play is the play you don't make. Corey's thinking when he gets this ball, maybe third base, but no. Okay, well then maybe Peralta's a little froggy at first base. Kind of make the turn, but not the case. Keep the double play in order.
Runners on the corners, 1 out, and Yasmani Tomas. Diamondbacks trying to add on. Tyson trying to keep it a 1-run game. Runner goes, and the check swing, throw down, not in time. They're going to appeal to first, and no swing, according to Marvin Hudson. So it's ball 1. Peralta swipes second, and there goes the ground ball double play opportunity.
Yeah, you almost smelled that one coming because Tomas, you get him to hit a ball on the ground. He doesn't have speed. Peralta does have decent speed. The flash look, preventing that ball from going into center field, and now the Padres will bring the infield in.
First steal of the season for Peralta. Tomas certainly a double play candidate. That's gone now.
This is where you need the punch out. Or the nice one hopper to one of the infielders.
Tomas playing every day now with Lamb on the disabled list. Take strike 2.
Nice located two-seam fastball.
Strike 3 called. Tyson Ross paints the outside corner, and he punches out Tomas for the second time tonight. Close pitch and a big second out for Tyson Ross.
You said it right, Jesse. Paint. Two-seamer outside corner. Tomas, adios. Time now to check the Cholula flamethrower with Tyson Ross on the hill. 95 miles an hour, and that's hot sauce.
Ross gets the big strikeout. Now he gets Chris Owings with 2 away. Shows bunt.
5 of the 6 strikeouts for Tyson Ross this evening has been via the fastball. 1 on the slider. And that fastball is consistently 91 to 94. But he's got good two-seam movement to it. Tremendous two-seam movement.
Adam out in front with the slider, 1-1. Dale Thayer, if needed. For the 6 strikeouts for Ross have been called strike 3s. And that one's popped up shallow left field. Long run for Upton, who calls off Amarista, makes the catch, and the side is retired. Tyson Ross pitches around a couple of base runners, still 2-1. Started early, a first inning sacrifice fly from Matt Kemp. That brought Will Myers home, who led off the game with a bunt single. Diamondbacks, though, would tie it up in the fourth inning. That's a run-scoring triple for David Peralta. Made it 1-1. And then in the fifth, with 2 outs, the pitcher, Chase Anderson, collects his first career RBI. A single to plate Pacheco, giving the Diamondbacks a 2-1 lead, and that's where we are as we begin the 7th inning here in Phoenix. Really solid night for Tyson Ross.
Oh, he's locked in. He's making some good quality pitches. The other pitcher, as you mentioned, helping his own cause with that hit. Takes a 2-1 lead. See if the Padres bats can do something here. Bottom of the order for San Diego.
When you drive in as many as you allow as a pitcher, you're probably having a pretty good night. And he delivers ball 1 to Will Venable. Anderson has had run support problems this year. Doing his best to try and come up with his first victory of the season. 1-1 to Venable, who's been on board both times he's come to the plate.
On top of the order on the Padres box score. Some action. 3, 4, 5, not so much.
Venable rolls over on that one and hits it to Goldschmidt. That's the first out. Here in the 7th inning, as we take a look at the standings mark here in the National League West, Dodgers setting the pace, and everyone else pretty much hanging around. At least the 3 bunched in the middle.
Yeah, and then when you look at the series here against Arizona today and tomorrow, and then Seattle on the docket next in interleague play. Seattle winning 1 going into today. LA scoreless. The postponed game.
Amarista, first pitch swinging, foul ball left side. Pennington, the new third baseman, coming over, and he makes the catch up against the wall. Cliff Pennington came on as a defensive replacement for Yasmani Tomas. Not to say Tomas couldn't have made that play, but obviously they feel Pennington more likely to do so.
On the high pop fly, you have to sprint over to the furthest point that you can go. Flash look about 3 times, one more time, with room to spare for Pennington.
Nice job by Pennington over at third. And that's going to be the end of the night for Tyson Ross as Will Middlebrook stands in. Padre third baseman has been slumping, and Solarte's been getting most of the starts over at third, but He's got power, and in a one-run game, Bud Black choosing offense. And you can see the final line on Tyson Ross.
Nice night in the big leagues for the right-hander. He had it working. He had it working from the first inning. Ran into that trouble. Not really trouble. Remember, it was that misplayed ball out in left field. With 2 outs, runner at first. And Justin Upton tried to make the diving grab. Diamondbacks scored one in the 4th, and then that one in the 5th off the bat of Chase Anderson.
Randall Delgado, Oliver Perez, double-barreled action.
So Tyson, a nice job tonight.
Make the argument it was his best start of the year. Ball and no strikes to Middlebrooks.
Improvement. You love to see the improvement.
Started the first 2 games of the Giant series. Haven't seen him since.
I'd like to see Will Middlebrooks run into one. 2-0 count. Hitters count here. Probably going to be away right here. Changeup.
2-0 changeup from Anderson.
Anderson's done that a lot tonight.
Yeah.
Hitters counts. He's pulling the string with a changeup.
Goes back to the fastball.
That was the pitch there. Right down the middle, fastball.
Challenged him on 2-1. Now a 2-2 from Anderson to Middlebrooks. Outside, ball 3.
Chase Anderson has proven that he can throw any pitch anytime. 3-2. Pacheco puts down the changeup.
And he takes ball 4. So Will Middlebrooks comes off the bench, works a 2-out walk, tying run aboard for the Padres here in the 7th.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and description of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
Tyson Ross relegated to spectator status the rest of the way. Talking about things with Josh Johnson.
See Josh Johnson, I think he was motioning with that 2-seam action. Boy, you really had the 2-seamer working tonight. He had it all working tonight. 2-seamer and the slider.
Will Myers has had it working too. Bunt single and a run scored his first time up. Doubled his last time.
I'm excited for this matchup. Fourth time. Check that. 4th time around now for Will Myers. He has seen Chase Anderson. Runner on. Chance to do some big time damage.
First pitch swinging, and he lines into right center. Pollock coming over, and he makes the catch. Myers gave us a moment. Pollock makes the catch. Anderson has pitched 7 strong. Mercury Insurance. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com today and see how much you could save. By Petco, what we feed them matters. And by your San Diego Lexus dealer. Padres and Diamondbacks in the desert, third game of a 4-game series. Arizona a 2-1 lead here in the bottom half, inning number 7, as we have a pitching change brought to you by El Cajon Ford. Dale Thayer on for the 13th time this year.
And last time out for Dale Thayer was Thursday right here in Arizona. 1 inning, give up 3 hits, a run. He struck out 1 Diamondback. And with the Diamondbacks coming up here, 7, 8, 9, you've got righty, in the pitcher spot.
Been a good start to the month of May for the Padre bullpen after a little bit of a trying April. Catcher Pacheco takes strike 2. He has scored the run that is the difference in this game. Yeah, Thayer the other night, by the way, a guy comes in a 10-0 game. I don't know how much you get concerned about him giving up a run there.
Right.
Diamondbacks have scattered 5 hits tonight. Scored 1 run in the 4th, 1 run in the 5th. Padres scored in the 1st against Chase Anderson, and he's held them in check ever since. Oh, 2 to Pacheco. And he hits it down the right field line, but foul and out of play. Padres have had their chances against Anderson. Even a little bit top of this inning. 2-out walk by the pinch hitter Middlebrooks, and Will Myers hit the ball hard.
And the one thing that stands out for me with Chase Anderson, even though there were hitter counts, he's throwing that changeup with some confidence.
Pacheco again to right field. He's got to be feeling pretty good about himself.
Last time out for Chase Anderson, he had everything working. The command of everything, and it seems like he's been in the same type mode from his last start here tonight.
They go away again, and just missing, low outside, ball 1. Those are good treats, especially in the desert. Frozen ice, snow cone.
Not biting on the slider, down and away.
Saw Pacheco as a pinch hitter last night in a 1-run game, 9th inning against Craig Kimbrell. Popped up to first. 8th pitch at the at-bat, slapped into center field. Long run for Venable, and he makes the catch. And a look at the good range of Will Venable out there in center field. Mother's Day tomorrow, and it should be an emotional day for Andrew Kashner. Gets the start against these Diamondbacks. Join us at 12:30 here on Fox Sports San Diego.
Yeah, Andrew's going through a lot right now with his mom, and you know what? He's in pretty good spirits. Talked to him today, and he's excited for tomorrow. And we wish nothing but the best for Andrew and his family, and of course his mom. Big day tomorrow for the right-hander from Texas.
Frank Garces. Kevin Quackenbush over there as well. One and one to the shortstop Ahmed, who's 0 for 2. His last time up, hit the ball well to the right side of the infield, but Will Myers made a great play. Pacheco in the 8-hole. Pitcher's spot is due up next, and Mark Trumbo has moved into the on-deck circle. So very possibly the end of the line for Chase Anderson. And the Padres will have 6 outs to work with against the Arizona bullpen. That one's hit well to left. Upton coming over, and he makes a running catch.
Follow the Padres all season in 2015 with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. I've got it. Jesse's got it. You should have it. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, statcasts, and more. Get MLB.com At Bat for your smartphone or tablet. You can go on the app, go to the Padres site, look at the box score, and see the great line that Tyson Ross had tonight in his 6 innings of work.
4 home runs for Mark Trumbo, including 1 in the first game of this series. 0 for 4 last night with a couple of strikeouts. And he takes outside from Dale Thayer. 2 outs, nobody aboard, bottom of the 7th. Diamondbacks a 1-run lead. The difference in the ball game at the moment, an RBI single by the Diamondback pitcher Chase Anderson. Trumbo started opening day out in right field for the Diamondbacks. Different position as an opening day starter for the 4th time in the last 5 years. Talk about how he doesn't really have a home defensively, right, whether it was in Anaheim or now here in Arizona. Fouls that one back. So the last 5 years on opening day, he started at first base, third base, left field, and right field this year.
You think that's a good thing or a bad thing? I think it's a good thing, obviously.
That he can do all of those things?
Right. I mean, sure, you would like to have a home, but if there's a team out there that wants to keep you that you can put anywhere, he'll take that.
I don't know how comfortable they are with him in a lot of those places, but yeah, look, you got to get the guy's bat in there.
Not the best fielder, no doubt.
Got plenty of pop, though. All-star back in 2012 with the Angels. It's funny now that he's sort of a right fielder for the Diamondbacks. Last year in Arizona, split his time between first base and left field. One, two, just missing. Thayer got Pacheco and Ahmed, now dealing to Trumbo with 2 away.
Dale Thayer's got to get those pitches down. You see pitch 2, 3, 4 up.
Two, and he got it. Dale Thayer strikes out pinch hitter Mark Trumbo, and he works a 1-2-3 7th inning. Padres are down 2-1 as we go to the 8th. It'll be Spangenberg and then Kemp and Upton. The big boppers coming up for the Padres, down a run as we go to the 8th. Jerko is going to pinch hit for Corey Spangenberg. Chip Hale going to his bullpen, and he brings in the left-hander Oliver Perez. They also had Randall Delgado out there warming up, so you figured maybe Perez against Spangenberg and then Delgado against Kemp and Upton, but it'll be Jerko, not Spangenberg. The old chess match.
And Oliver Perez can be very herky-jerky with his delivery and sometimes erratic.
Second time we've seen Jerko in this series. Came in the first game, part of a double switch in the middle innings. Had just one at bat.
And it looks like Delgado, he's hot and ready to go down there in that bullpen. He may face righty Kemp Upton. You know, you come to the ballpark as a left-handed reliever, and you've got it in mind to where, you know, I got to get one guy out.
Yeah. Ends the night for Spangenberg, who was 1 for 3 with a single and a stolen base. Jerko lines that one into left center field. It's a base hit, and it's going to keep on rolling. Pollock's got to go chase it down. And Jed Jerko, pinch hitting, comes up with a leadoff double here in the 8th.
That was beautiful. First of all, when Jed Jerko is swinging the bat well, you got to swing at strikes. We know that. You got to get that front foot down. The hands got to be back. Front shoulder, front hip square to the pitcher. Therefore, the bat travels through the hitting zone in a flatter plane. That one had that sound. He went down and got it. That is a huge pinch hit for Jed Jerko.
Buddy Black wins that chess match with Chip Hale. Delgado coming in, Jerko on second in a 1-run game. Padres in business against the Arizona bullpen as we check the DraftKings players to watch from the pregame show. A couple of easy choices you would think with those starting pitchers, Keuchel and Bumgarner, but not as pristine as usual. Paul Goldschmidt has been relatively held in check. Jay Happ, so far so good for Seattle against the A's.
Go to DraftKings.com and enter the promo code Friars to play along.
We thought maybe Randall Delgado was going to come into the game for the Diamondbacks. Instead, it is the side-winding right-hander Brad Ziegler to face Kemp and Upton.
12 of his 13 appearances have been scoreless for Ziegler. Low three-quarter. Knuckle scraper. Righties hitting 158. Lefties 136. Very tough to get that ball elevated and put a charge into one.
He has inherited 4 runners this season, one of whom has come around to score. Kemp takes way outside, 2-0. Delgado, by the way, his name is being thrown around as a guy that might participate in tomorrow, which could be sort of a start by committee situation for the Diamondbacks. They're not going to announce their plans for the starting pitcher until after tonight's game. But Delgado has been talked about as a guy that maybe could give a couple of innings. So all the numbers for Kemp against Ziegler. And he lines that one foul down the right field line. Mentioned it was a weird week for Arizona as Brandon Maurer prepares to pitch the bottom of the 8th. Kemp's driven in the only run of the night for the Padres, a sac fly all the way back in the first inning. Hits that one to right field. Inciarte coming over, and he makes a nice running catch. Jerko's tagging. He's going to try and go to third, and he does. Inciarte's got a great arm out in right field, but some nice base running for Jerko. He gets to third base with one away.
I think Jed went directly back to that bag as this ball was struck. Boy, Matt having the right idea. That ball slicing. Inciarte, now he comes up firing. He does have a cannon out there, doesn't he? Looked like that throw was on line, but cut by Ahmed as soon as that ball was up. Using that base as a little push off, almost like a sprinter in the blocks.
So runner on third, one out. Justin Upton at the plate. Single would work here. Interesting. Give those drawn in infielders something to think about.
Threw me a curveball. As Joaquin Benoit joins Brandon Maurer. If they tie it, it'll probably be Benoit.
Again with the bunt showing from Upton. See what Upton's thinking here. No show of the bunt, and he fouls it outside of third.
It'd be nice if Justin Upton put one out of here, take the lead, then your 8th inning guy Benoit would go out there in his regular inning, right? With a lead.
Sounds like a perfect plan. And it doesn't even have to go all the way up to that Fridays. I mean, it can. It'd be great.
Second or third row would be just fine.
I'll take it. Lays off. Oh, frisbee from Ziegler. 2-2.
Got to be aware of that breaking ball from Ziegler if it gets away. So I need that good secondary lead at third base and then scamper back.
A lot of time being taken by Ziegler. Upton asks for time.
See what Pacheco puts down. Slider, the frisbee.
2-2 is grounded foul again.
Man, just a little bit too far out in front. That looked like a hanger. Padres are used to coming back. Most comeback wins this season in Major League Baseball. Royals and Redbirds tied at 10. Padres with 9.
Only one of those comebacks coming when San Diego down after 7. He takes just outside. Full count to Justin Upton.
Well, with 2 strikes, it's got to be tough to lay off this pitch. Just off the plate a little bit.
On the ground is shortstop. They were playing in. Ahmed will throw to first. Jerko's got to stay put. 2 away. Tough at bat for Upton. He battled.
He did. He gave these Diamondbacks a different look. Showed bunt the first 2 pitches. Maybe just to put it on the back of your mind. Had a decent pitch there. Now he's got the count in his favor, Ziegler does. Throwing some frisbees, just misses. So he mixed it up pretty well. That would sound like it was off the end of the bat of Upton with the infield in.
2 outs, and Solarte, who has been money in these spots. Base hit would tie the game. Jed Jerko led the inning off with a double. Went to third on a hard hit line drive to right by Matt Kemp. Upton grounds out. So 2 away and Solarte at the plate. Out in front, 0-1.
That looked like a changeup from Ziegler, or a backup slider. That was at 76.
Infield able to back up with 2 away. And Solarte off the end of the bat, trying to loop one into shallow left field. Peralta coming on, not going to get there, and it's a fair ball. Solarte's going for second. The throw will not get him. And Yangervis Solarte ties the game with 2 outs here in the 8th.
I'll admit, Ziegler is a tough at-bat, righty or lefty alike. We saw the splits. That looked like a changeup away. Off the plate, off the end of the bat, not a pretty swing. But with the way Peralta was playing, that's a long run. He dumps it in there, and we are tied at 2.
RBI double for Solarte as it just got down. It's all fired up at second base. You saw those numbers. 2 outs, runners in scoring position. He's been getting it done when he's been given the opportunity, and he does so here. 2-2, top of the 8th, and hey, another man in scoring position for another man that likes hitting in these spots, Derek Norris. Tyson Ross off the hook. Outside, ball 1. .414 average with runners in scoring position.
That's pretty good, isn't it?
And with 2 outs, 4 for 11.
It's got a nice sound to it. Why? Hits it hard where it's pitched. Uses the whole field.
5 for 12 would sound good too. Solarte dancing off second. Ziegler delivers. Low, ball 2. Left-handed bat on deck against Ziegler. Norris lines that one to right field, and Solarte not going to get there. It drops into fair territory. Solarte will score. It gets away, and back-to-back doubles for the Padres. They've got a 3-2 lead here in the 8th.
That is some big league hitting by Derek Norris. Talk about using the whole field and hitting it where it's pitched. Try to go down and away on me. I'll take you that way and drive in a run. This guy's a stud.
The Arizona bullpen had not worked in a save situation or a hold situation since last Saturday, a week ago, against the Dodgers. They blew the save that night. And now Perez and Ziegler combined to give up a couple here in the 8th. Final game of this series tomorrow afternoon. And Joaquin Benoit, who was warming up in the bullpen, will, as you hoped for, Mark, be pitching in his usual situation.
Brandon Maurer sits down. There's your 8th inning guy, Joaquin Benoit. How about the 2-out thunder for this San Diego Padre team? 3 doubles in this inning, 2 with 2 outs.
Looks like Venable's not going to get the opportunity to hit here against Ziegler. Lexi Amarista on deck. Venable, of course, had the great night last night, double shy of the cycle. Tonight, Will has a single and a walk in 3 trips.
Yeah, how about Ziegler going high 3/4 on the intentional pass rather than going Laredo? Now it's going to be interesting to see when the next hitter comes up, if in fact he's going to stay out there. There is action in the Diamondback pen. Making that adjustment from going down under and getting ahead. It looks like Chafin is up and ready to go.
Yeah, he's the left-hander, and so Chip Hale is going to come out of the third base dugout and retrieve Brad Ziegler. Diamondbacks about to use their third pitcher here in the 8th inning. The Padres a 3-double inning, a 2-run inning, and they've got a 1-run lead still batting here in the 8th. A 3-2 lead. Derek Norris with the go-ahead double, and during that pitching change having some fun with his teammates over on the bench as he gets a drink of water. I like the in-inning high fives. You don't get those all that often.
Yeah, and how about the service? Todd Hutchison, the trainer, giving Derek Norris a little cool drink to wet his beak a little bit and having fun with his teammates. Going over the at-bat. Some excitement in that Padre dugout. Now it's back to business. Hopefully he can come around and score.
Alexi Amarista has to face the left-hander Andrew Chafin. Tough on lefties. Some come on in the 5th inning last night to get Venable. And that one gets away from Pacheco, but not far enough for the runners to advance. Hey, don't forget about Jed Jerko. Pinch hit double leading this inning off. Getting the whole thing rolling. Jerko, Solarte, and Norris all with doubles. As you see the numbers on Andrew Chafin and his mustache. And it's a low strike, 1-1. Alexi 0 for 3 tonight. Popped out to Pennington at third base his last time up. Norris and Venable take their leads. 1-1 is hit the other way, foul. Norris doubled. He's on second.
Chafin throws a fastball slider changeup 90 to 94 on that fastball.
Pitch away from getting out of this inning. Abraham Almonte has stepped into the on-deck circle for the Padres in case it continues. 1-2 to Alexi. Overthrows it, gets away from Pacheco, and both Norris and Venable will advance 90 feet.
Oh, he really spiked that one. You know, Pacheco really didn't get a good job of getting in front of that one. He tried to lay it to the side a little bit.
Yeah. So now second and third, and a base hit from Amarista could really do some damage to the Diamondbacks. Two.
He's got a frog with a tennis racket in that glove.
There's Almonte, officially recalled before the game tonight. Great start to his season for AAA El Paso, and with an opportunity to call somebody up, being rewarded for what he was able to do at the AAA level so far this year. Amarista battling against Andrew Chafin. And it's ball 4. So the Padres not going quietly, and the 8th man to bat in the inning will be coming to the plate. This was the transaction before the game today. Yonder Alonso officially placed on the 15-day disabled list, and Almonte, as we said, 26 games with the Chihuahuas, hitting over 300 with 4 homers.
Seeing the ball well, taking some good swings, in that switch hitting bat to have on the lineup, or on the lineup card on the bench.
Started 24 games last year for the Padres, 14 in center, 10 in left. Came over in the Chris Denorfia trade with Seattle. And first pitch swinging, little ground ball to the right side. Owings has it, and they get him by a step. The Padres, though, come from behind against the Diamondback bullpen. A couple of big hits in the inning. Yangervis Solarte, an RBI double to tie it as he dropped it in, and then Derek Norris stings one the other way, a double of his own to give the Padres a 3-2 lead. As we go to the bottom half, before the game, Mark gave us his keys to the game, brought to you by your San Diego Honda dealers. Here's what you wanted, and here's where we're at.
More of the same from the lineup. Same lineup from last night in there tonight. 3 runs on 8 hits. Thank you very much. And keep Snakes homerless. Tyson Ross twirled 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 6 punchies, and no long balls.
There you go. Joaquin Benoit and assumingly Craig Kimbrell will both try and join the No Homers Club tonight. Got to face the top of the Arizona batting order, and Enciarte, who's 0 for 3 tonight, takes outside, ball 1. Not a lot of history between Benoit and the top of the Arizona order. Joaquin pitched the 8th inning last night, allowed a 2-out walk, but that was it. 1-1.
Hey, let's not forget about Dale Thayer, who pitched an inning, scoreless, 1-2-3. Even though it was the bottom of the order, as you take a look, Jet Jerko going to play second base. He held the Diamondbacks 1-2-3, get him right back in there, and the Padres work their magic in the 8th.
Jerko pinch hit for Spangenberg, leading off the 8th inning, doubled, got the whole thing started.
One of the most exciting things about tonight, up to this point of this game, Jesse Agler, how about the excitement on that Padres bench?
It is a lively bench. And tonight they've been able to have some fun.
Still a lot of baseball left. A lot of work to do.
Inciarte trying to bunt his way on. And now 2-2.
Three doubles for the Padres last half inning.
Love that.
And those hitters using the whole field. Jerko spanked that one to center field. Solarte going the opposite way. Norris going the opposite way. That was some kind of Norris.
2-2 to Inciarte, and he just got a piece.
Here's what I'm talking about. Check out the enthusiasm on the bench.
Everybody having a good time as Solarte came in to score the go-ahead run. Another 2-2 to Inciarte, and a ground ball off Benoit's mitt. Jerko. Nah, he got him. Close play at first base. The umpire Marvin Hudson looked like he was about to call him safe, and we may have a replay.
Yeah, it's almost guaranteed that's going to be checked. Diamondbacks need a base runner. It's deflected. Now Jerko's got to be quick with the flip. Wow. Very close. Oh, out. I got out.
Got it.
That's the look right there.
Nice job by Jerko.
Fantastic.
And by Myers.
Yes.
Another good stretch at first base. Benoit slowed it down just like they drew it up. 1-4-3. Inciarte can run too. Another look as you see the ball into the mitt just as his foot comes down on the bag. Welcome to the game, Jet Jerko. Probably not the easiest play after sitting on the bench for a couple of hours. Pollock, a strikeout, couple of ground outs.
Every play on the edge of your seat. With a 1-run lead in the bottom of the 8th.
Hey, these games, they matter. And you hear it from the fans. You sense it in the clubhouse. You saw it on the bench a minute ago. Might be May 9th. And we're in it for the long haul, but they all feel like big games. It's been fun. Kevin Acee wrote about that today in the UT. Just, hey, remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint. But sure is getting fun. It's fun getting excited every night.
No question about it. It's part of the deal being a big league ball player, bringing it to the ball yard each and every night. The excitement, the intensity, even if you get shut out. 10, 12, 14, nothing.
Pollock in the air, right field. Kemp on the warning track makes the catch just in front of the wall. Pollock put a charge into that one. Kemp had it all the way. 2 gone for Benoit.
Elevated, away, good solid contact. Now Matt Kemp has got to track this one. Oh, for a second there. You don't know in the scorebook, that's an F9.
For Benoit, it's out number 2. And now all the attention on Paul Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt's been aboard 3 times tonight. Joaquin has handled him. 2 balls and no strikes to the dangerous first baseman. He's now reached safely in 21 consecutive games against Buddy Black's Padres. Benoit challenges him with a fastball on 2-0. He gets a strike. Goldschmidt coming into tonight, 2nd in the National League in RBIs, 4th in batting average. Leads Arizona in all 3 Triple Crown categories. And he takes ball 3.
That's a strike. That is pain. That is as close as you're going to get throwing a pitch down and away in the outside corner. Pitch number 4. The edge of the baseball hitting the track. Brought to you by Nissan.
Now a dangerous 3-1 count. Goldschmidt takes outside. Ball 4. So a 2-out walk. And the 3rd walk of the night for Goldschmidt.
You know, that was kind of the way Tyson Ross pitched Goldschmidt in the 6th. Remember, after A.J. Pollock went 2-3, he walked, Peralta singled, and then it was a strikeout flyout. But a lot of pitches away. There was one good pitch for him to swing at. That was the 2-0 pitch.
Take their chances with Peralta. Certainly a dangerous hitter in his own right. He's had a nice series, nice night, but he's not Paul Goldschmidt.
You might see the changeup here to Peralta. Righty Benoit, lefty Peralta. That changeup is a good pitch down and away.
Comes with it.
Yeah, but he missed right there. Got to be careful. He missed with that changeup down and in.
Peralta swinging one of the hottest bats in the Arizona lineup. Single and a triple tonight. Strike 1. Benoit didn't get the call against Goldschmidt and gets one here against Peralta. Strike 2.
Right back out there, too.
We always talk about that, right? The pitcher gets a call. Now I'll try it again.
Yep.
Padres Live, the post-game show coming up. Been an exciting night here in Phoenix. Mike Pomerantz and Mark Sweeney will break this one down, get you caught up on a lot of craziness around Major League Baseball.
Change up here, you go fastball.
Cambio. Did Norris hold it?
Yes.
He did. Strike 3. Foul tip into the mid of the Padre catcher. Benoit's changeup is strike 3 to David Peralta. Joaquin does his job as he gets the strikeout to end the inning. 3-2 Padres as we go to the 9th. empty dugout in the 8th inning, and the Padres now a 3-2 lead as they bring the top of the order up. And on what would have been Tony Gwynn's 55th birthday, one of the players he coached at San Diego State, the Diamondback closer Addison Reed, will come on to pitch.
7 innings for the right-hander, and believe it or not, we touched upon this the other day. He's their closer. Only 1 save for the Diamondbacks this year, and Addison Reed owns that save. Just 1. High splits for the right-hander, always working from the stretch. Reed throws a fastball and a slider, 90 to 95.
Will Myers, couple of hits tonight, single and a double, and he takes ball 1. Yeah, Reed hasn't had a ton of opportunities to pitch. You don't often see a closer at home with his team down a run, but you got to get him work. Last 3 appearances, May 6th, which was Wednesday, but before that, he pitched on April 28th and April 25th. Myers lays off. 2 balls, no strikes. That's a long time to pitch only 3 times for a closer.
You got to stay sharp. You got to take it upon yourself to get some throwing in the bullpen. Keep that arm strong.
Myers to be followed by Jerko and Kemp. Myers rips that one to left field, and it's going to be more extra bases for the Padre first baseman. Peralta waits on it, and Myers cruises easily into second base. Another double for San Diego. And that's Myers' second 2-bagger of the night.
You hear it so many times. When hitters sing the ball well, when he's got his confidence just rolling, Will Myers is in that state right now. Hitting strikes, hitting mistakes, pulling the baseball with authority. If that one is elevated, that might have been in the Fridays front row. Quick bat from the big first baseman.
7 hits the last 2 nights for Will Myers, 4 of which have gone for extra bases.
He's got so much going for him. He can run, can hit, versatile.
Second at bat for Jerko, who led off the 8th inning with a double and then scored the tying run as Craig Kimbrell gets going. Expect to see him unless the Padres go crazy offensively here in the top of the 9th.
Jed had a great at-bat last time up in that pinch hit.
Takes a strike. Doubled against Oliver Perez, who was brought on to face Corey Spangenberg. Bud Black made the change, and it worked. Padres had 3 doubles in the 8th inning, and they get a leadoff 2-bagger from Myers here in the 9th. 1-1 to Jerko.
Pulled off of it. See that front side open up, get exposed. Cue shot down the right field line. Watch the front side open up this way. And on contact, boy, it's almost guys got San Diego facing Addison Reed, and then the bat's traveling through. He's got to keep that front shoulder and that hip square to the pitcher and stay on that breaking ball and drive it the opposite way.
Reed will check on Will Myers. Fun night. Fun couple nights for Myers. 2 singles, a double, and a homer yesterday in his first career start at first base. He's kept it rolling here this evening, and now Jerko trying to pick him up and add to the lead.
Boy, Myers doing a little dancing out there at second base.
Head games.
Foreigner.
1-0.
Let's check him out.
Is that the cha-cha? Nice stop by Pacheco. 2-2 to Jerko.
Now, some people might ask, if a runner at second base is doing that, does it disrupt the hitter? Well, it disrupted Addison Reed, that's for sure. He stepped off. I can see where that could come into play for a hitter. And speaking of distracting, all the flashing lights on the cell phones.
Yeah, they call them rally lights, but of course when the other team is hitting.
That should be illegal.
How are you going to control
Tell them not to do
27,000
it.
people? 2-2, Jerko, big swing, fouls it back.
Oh, he had a mistake to rip at that pitch as well. Out of the hand of Reed. Down the middle and working underneath it a little bit too much. Everything away from Addison Reed. That one pitch, last five, number 5 rather. Fox Tracks brought to you by Nissan.
I like the guys behind the plate shining the lights at Addison Reed.
Yeah, that's great, isn't it?
Jerko swings and misses, strike 3. One gone here in the 9th. Now Kemp and Upton with a runner in scoring position.
He had a few pitches at bat to do some damage against Reed. He misses again down the middle, right down the middle. Couldn't connect.
Matt Kemp drove in the first run for the Padres. Sac fly back in the first. Had a hit in 5 trips last night. Padres trying to make it 2 in a row over Arizona after dropping the first game of this series on Thursday night. And with the rally lights flashing, Reed again checks on Will Myers. Kemp hits that one in the air, center field. Pollock coming over. Makes the catch. Myers stays glued to the bag. 2 away.
Left fielder Justin Upton.
Your own rally lights? Justin Upton 0 for 4. 1 hit in this series. Double last night.
Seems like everything is away from Addison Reed. The mistakes just haven't been to be connected. Huge run out there.
Craig Kimbrell getting ready to do his thing. Big swing and a miss. Upton liked that offering, couldn't connect. Upton an all-star twice here in Arizona, 2009, 2011. Silver Slugger winner with the Diamondbacks that year as well. Chris Budden told you earlier tonight he likes hitting a chase. Reads 1-1 is low, ball 2. Reed surrendered a double to Will Myers to lead it off. Got Jerko and Kemp now dealing to Upton. In the dirt, Pacheco has a getaway, and he'll advance.
That's great base running right there by Will Myers. The importance of the secondary lead. That means as the pitchers start to go to the plate, you start to hop off second base. You see ball in the dirt. You see daylight. Ball in the dirt, daylight, and he is off immediately.
Pacheco had trouble picking it up, too, when it got away from him.
Even if he picks it up, I don't think he throws him out. His momentum's going away, and I don't think he's going to risk throwing that ball.
Yeah, you're right. Upton tips the 3-1 into the catcher's mitt. Full count. Been an eventful night for Jordan Pacheco, the Arizona catcher. Myers 90 feet away with some insurance. Three-2 to Upton. Ground ball to the left side. Pennington can't get to it. It's into left field for a base hit. A long at bat for Justin Upton concludes with an RBI single, and the Padres add on a run in the ninth. 4-2 San Diego.
And the excitement continues in the Padre dugout. Good battle. To Hopper. Past Pennington. And Will Myers touches home plate for another run.
Little fist pump from Myers as he's coming from third to the plate there. Upton collects his team leading 23rd RBI of the season. Padres coming from behind in the 8th, adding on in the 9th. Pennington, Owings, and Pacheco 5, 6, and 7 due up in the bottom of the 9th inning for Arizona. Time called. Kevin Quackenbush has joined Craig Kimbrell out in the bullpen, just in case this thing gets a little bit out of control.
And Kimbrell, who's been up for a while, he's probably hot and ready to go, right? So he'll just take a toss here, take a rest.
Upton goes. Pacheco's throw, not in time. Padres have been all over the running game tonight. And Justin Upton steals his 7th base of the season.
I think that's why you saw Addison Reed hold and hold and hold until time was called, the pitch prior.
Third stolen base tonight for the Padres. Upton leads the team with 7 steals. Good baseball player. Runner in scoring position now for Solarte. And he hits it in the air foul down the left field line. I don't think the rally lights are working. Plus everybody's phone is going to die.
Total fail to this point. Look like twinkling stars. Well, the stars have been in the Padre dugout.
I see what you did there. Solarte doubled home the tying run in the 8th, scored the go-ahead run, and he takes strike 2. Very deliberate from Addison Reed, who's about to throw his 20th pitch here in the 9th. Big hits last inning, both coming with 2 outs. Here in the 9th, Upton an RBI single with 2 outs. 2-2. Ground ball right side on a big hop for Owings. And he throws Solarte out for the 3rd out here in the 9th inning. But the Padres add 1 and they'll turn it over to Craig Kimbrell. San Diego a 2-run lead as we go to the bottom of the 9th. It's Kimbrell time in downtown Phoenix. Padres up 4-2. Doubles, 2 baggers. Well, if so, you like the 8th inning. Jed Jerko pinch hitting led off with a double. Then Solarte looped one down the left field line to bring Jerko home and tie the game. And then Derek Norris goes the other way. His RBI double plated Solarte and gave San Diego a 3-2 lead in the top of the 8th inning. Padres added to the lead in the top of the 9th, and now they hand it over to the very capable Craig Kimbrell.
I love the excitement in the Padre dugout tonight. And now all eyes are on closer Craig Kimbrell. 9 for 9. Very few walks, 15 strikeouts.
Pennington takes 98. Strike 1. Combined 0 for 6 out of these 3. On the ground to Myers. He'll take it himself. 1 away.
Stay tuned after this one. Padres Live, the postgame show. Mike Pomerantz, Mark Sweeney. They got a lot on their plate. They're going to talk about Tyson Ross, how he silences the Snakes tonight. And Bryce Harper, talk about his long ball streak that's been going on lately. And of course, the manager, Bud Black. We'll talk about this one. Padres Live, the postgame show, following this one from Copper Square.
Plenty to talk about, too. Chris Owings, 0 for 3. And he takes.
That's paint.
Yeah.
That's getting the old number 2 camel hair brush, paintbrush.
Yeah.
And paint, it's got the real small tip on it to get those fine corners. That's what Kimbrell does.
He's an artist out there.
Oof. And then you drop the power curveball on it.
Craig Kimbrell, a surprise addition to the Padre roster the day before the season started. Oh, 2 to Owings. Misses with the fastball. Kimbrell picked up his 9th save last night. Pitched a 1-2-3 inning. Got Pennington, Pacheco, and Pollock. All the P's. Did he hold up? He did.
Oh, I don't know about that. I beg to differ, Mr. Agler.
Let's take a look.
Okay. Oh, he went. Oh, absolutely he went.
Yeah.
If he hits it, it's in the pool.
I don't know about that. But he swung. 2-2. Kimbrell pitching with a 2-run lead, and he got him.
Struck him out twice.
Came back with the curveball, 2 away.
As a catcher, you have to anticipate that ball in the dirt and apply the tag with 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. Nice pick by Derek Norris, and applies the tag for the putout.
Movement of that ball when you're from behind home plate, that's incredible. So 2 outs, nobody aboard, and Kimbrell will face the Arizona catcher Jordan Pacheco. First pitch swinging, fouls it down the right field line. Final game of this series tomorrow. Join us at 12:30 for Mother's Day. Andrew Kastner will be out on the mound.
There's the man taking the rock tomorrow on Mother's Day, Andrew Kastner.
Nothing in 1 to Pacheco. You know who's pitching for Arizona tomorrow? Yeah, me neither. They still haven't announced it.
Brandon Webb.
Kurt Schilling's going to come back and pitch for the Diamondbacks. No, I don't know. They're waiting until after tonight's ball game to let us know who's starting. Strike two.
I just mentioned it again because somebody might have left the room and they come back and they want to make sure that they know.
That Cashner's pitching.
Cashner's pitching
on Mother's Day. No, it's good. Kimbrel a strike away. 1-2 to Pacheco. And he takes ball two.
How do you lay off that curveball? Out of the hand, it looks like a strike. Then all of a sudden just drops off the table.
I still don't understand how you throw a curveball that fast.
Imagine the torque on that arm.
Kimbrel trying to finish off a come-from-behind victory as the 98-mile-per-hour fastball sails up and in.
Got to challenge him with a fastball right here, don't you think?
Aaron Hill has moved into the on-deck circle. Kimbrel set, and the 3-2 might have hit him either way. It's ball four. It was in on the hands, and I don't believe it hit him, so it's a walk. And a two-out base runner for the Diamondbacks with a tying run coming to the plate.
Wanted it down and away, leaks up and in.
So Aaron Hill off the bench. Couple of hits and 8 tries against Craig Kimbrel. Hill saw his 6-game hitting streak come to a close in last night's ball game, and Kimbrel throws, but Myers wasn't there. And now Pacheco is going to end up at second base in scoring position. Little miscommunication there between Kimbrel and the new first baseman, Will Myers.
Will Myers playing behind him. Now, usually when that happens, before the hitter comes up to the plate, they'll say, hey, or they'll give you the crossed arm saying I'm playing behind him. Boy, that's got to be one of the worst feelings ever. Just a little brain lock right there. Time to regroup. It's a big run that the Padres got in the ninth.
I was going to say, to focus all of his attention on the man at the plate. First pitch Aaron Hill saw tonight.
I don't know if he saw it, but he sure did hear it. Fastball just got up and away from Craig.
Ball and no strikes to Hill. 2-0. First two. Pennington grounded out. Owing struck out. Pacheco walked, ended up on second base after an error on a pickoff attempt. Strike one.
Inside a little bit. Looks like he got a call. That's a big league hang with him as Danny Dorn waits on deck.
Hill lines it into right field. That's a base hit. Kemp coming up for it. They'll hold the runner. Pacheco at third. Tying runs aboard for the Diamondbacks. And the potential winning run coming to the plate.
Perfect example of knowing who's out there on the hill. Aaron Hill, the veteran, shortens up that swing and takes that 97, 98 mile an hour fastball exactly where it's pitched. He realizes the Diamondbacks need base runners. That was a good piece of hit right there by Aaron Hill.
Runners on the corners, 2 outs. And Danny Dorn, 30-year-old career minor leaguer, finally getting a shot in the big leagues this season after nearly 1,000 games in the minors. And he takes first pitch curveball. Strike one from Kimbrel.
Yeah, getting that release point out in front with the getting the over curveball.
Pacheco at third, Hill at first. Strike two. Dorn was putting up great numbers at AAA Reno this year before getting the call up. I don't know that he saw a lot like Craig Kimbrel in the Pacific Coast League this year. Oh, 2 to Dorn. And he lines it into right field. That's going to be a base hit. Pacheco scores. Hill is heading for third. They're going to wave him as Kemp fell down. Jerko will not be able to get a relay throw. And the Diamondbacks have tied it 4-4 in the bottom of the ninth. Danny Dorn with his first big league RBI. Matt Kemp fell down in right field. Well then.
He wanted this pitch down and away. Dorn gets it down and in and just throws the head of the bat. Everybody's off and running. And here's the slip.
Winning run at second base as Ender Inciarte swings and misses. Craig Kimbrel had converted 35 consecutive saves going back to last year. That streak is over. Inciarte 0 for 4 tonight. 0-2. Boy, this has been a wild Saturday night.
Sure has.
That one gets away. It should be strike 3. Norris's throw to Myers, and he completes the strikeout. The Arizona Diamondbacks with more 2-out scoring. Craig Kimbrel blows his first save of the year. 4-4 going to the 10th. And the Diamondbacks tied at 4 after Craig Kimbrell allows a pair of 2-out runs. Nice rally by the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 9th inning, capped off by Danny Dorn's first career RBIs. Padres playing extras for the 3rd time this year. They're 0-2. Arizona 2-1 in extra innings as Randall Delgado comes out of the bullpen.
Well, 12th time for Randall Delgado. Almost a strikeout per innings pitched. The splits, lefties and righties, under 200. And Delgado pretty much a 2-pitch pitcher. Fastball, slider, 88 to 96. Occasionally throw a changeup and a curveball as well.
Again, Delgado's name was being kicked around as a possibility to start tomorrow, or at least contribute to a start. That plan may have to be altered, but of course today is the primary concern for Chip Hale and everybody else as he delivers strike 1. Hill stays in the game at 3rd base. Pennington moves from 3rd to shortstop, and Delgado the new pitcher. Derek Norris takes a breaking ball, 0-2. Norris had the 3rd of the big doubles in the 8th inning. Gave the Padres a 3-2 lead. San Diego added a run in the 9th to go up 4-2, but the D-backs tied it with a 2-out rally in the bottom of the 9th. Danny Dorn.
Got a fastball in.
Norris strikes out, 1 away.
He got a fastball in. He just dropped the head. As we take a look at the breaking ball from Delgado.
Will Venable.
Expanded the strike zone with 2 strikes. First out.
Will Venable. Been aboard a couple of times tonight. Single, 2 walks. Last one was intentional. Saw Delgado in the 6th inning yesterday. Padres hit him around a little bit, but did not score. Danny Dorn's first 2 major league RBIs tie the game off. Craig Kimbrell in the bottom of the 9th. It's been up, it's been down, it's been back, it's been 4th. And after all of that, you start from scratch in the 10th. An eventful last couple of innings.
And also then you start thinking scorecard management when you think about the bench. The only player Chip Hale has left on his bench is starting catcher Tuffy Goswish. And for Bud Black, it's Austin Hedges and Clint Barnes. There's Clint Barnes with a helmet on, getting ready.
Pitcher's spot due up 4th in this inning, so if anybody reaches, we will see Barnes, one would think. Little roller over to first base, that's a foul ball. Middlebrooks pinch hit in the 7th. Almonte in the 8th. Jerko in the 8th. And as you said, Barnes and Hedges still available. It was 3-0. Now a 3-2 from Delgado, and it's lined to the shortstop. Pennington on a couple of hops. Throws Venable out, 2 away. Alexi Amarista with nobody aboard here in the 10th. Amarista looking for his first hit of the series. First blown save in quite some time for Craig Kimbrell. It's going to happen. 0-1, chop back. Delgado throws Amarista out, and a 1-2-3-10 for the Padres. Pollock, Goldschmidt, Peralta coming up. We are at this point, Mark Grant, because of what Danny Dorn was able to do against Craig Kimbrell in the ninth.
Yeah, he wanted a fastball down and away, and Derek Norris reaches all the way across, down and in, right into the swing path of Danny Dorn. And if you're Danny Dorn, you're thinking, okay, fastball. Then you adjust to the breaking ball. And when that pitch is down and in, he just throws the head. 2-run score. As you mentioned, it's going to happen. And Brandon Maurer now takes over here in the bottom of the 10th.
A.J. Pollock 0 for 4 on the night. And Maurer delivers strike one.
Well, 2 quick outs in that 9th inning, and then the walk, and then single double.
Kimbrell going to watch the rest of the way from the dugout. And now a 2-strike count on the Arizona center fielder. Some dangerous hitters due up this inning against Brandon Maurer.
You know what? I like that idea. Craig Kimbrell on the dugout, in the dugout. You could very easily just pack it in and go in the clubhouse, right? He's going to sit out there and watch this one firsthand, be with his teammates. That's why you got to stick around this game of baseball. You never know what you're going to see.
Padres went down 1-2-3 in the top of the 10th. If this game goes to the 11th, it'll be a pinch hitter, and then Myers and Jerko. Brandon Maurer worked a scoreless 7th inning last night. 7 of his last 9 appearances have been shutout appearances. Saw those splits a moment ago. Right-handers almost nothing against Maurer. That one's lined back off of him. Amarista can't make the bare hand play. Pinball single for A.J. Pollock leading off the 10th.
Tough play from Brandon Maurer. He's fallen off. Hits him off the backside. And then as Amarista's momentum going towards the center of the diamond, he's got to reroute.
Brandon Maurer now has to deal with Paul Goldschmidt, who's been aboard all 4 times he's come to the plate. .358 batting average this season. One of the most dangerous hitters in the National League. Inside, ball 1. Only Giancarlo Stanton has driven in more runs in the National League than Paul Goldschmidt. 2-0.
If you're consistently going to go away to Goldschmidt, you have to make sure it's down around the knees. You know, you bring it up just a little bit. Mid-thigh, upper thigh. He can take you that way. And that's Matt Kemp playing deep and playing to go.
Runner goes. Throw down to second from Norris. Not in time. A.J. Pollock steals second base. And Arizona's got the winning run in scoring position.
Put him on right here.
Yeah. 2-1 count. No reason to pitch to Goldschmidt with first base open. Runner on second. All that matters. Make somebody else beat you. David Peralta, certainly a dangerous hitter, but he's not Paul Goldschmidt.
Right.
This will be the fourth walk of the night for Goldie. So you clear Goldschmidt, you set up a double play on the infield, you set up a force at third. As the left-handed Peralta comes out. Padres infield is going to get together, have a conversation here. And they've been shifting all series against Peralta.
Buddy Black out to have a chat. Just wants to have everybody on the same page.
Obviously, they can't, I don't think, employ the same shift with runners on first and second that they've been using against Peralta, so that's probably part of this conversation.
He's got to be swinging away here. But he just wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. Let's see what type of an alignment they put here on the infield.
They've seen each other once.
Yes. Solarte at third base. He's going to have to play close enough to third base and not over towards the shortstop area, right?
Right.
He can't be playing over here because then that runner will take third.
Pollock, the winning run is at second base. And that's ball one to Peralta, who's 2 for 4 tonight. Corner infielders pinched in. And the 1-0 is in the dirt. David Peralta was the Diamondbacks Club Rookie of the Year last year.
Well, you're talking about infielders getting dirty right here on the ground ball. You diving, laying out. Everything you got to prevent that ball, that grounder, to go into the outfield.
2-2.
A good firm fastball from Mauer at 95, and the tight breaking ball we just saw to Peralta.
And a play on at second base. Mauer doesn't make the throw. Short lead for Pollock. John's got a piece. Darren Bosley, Buddy Black look on as the 5th pitcher of the night for the Padres tries to pitch out of a jam in extra innings. 2-2 to Peralta. Up the middle, and nice stop by Amarista. Steps on second for one. Throw to first. Not in time. What a play by Alexi Amarista. Most importantly, he kept the ball on the infield, and then he got an out at second and nearly turned a double play.
Just mentioned it. Laying out, getting dirty, keeping the ball in the infield, and this ball was ticketed for center field. Alexi Smothers, there's the force. Wow.
I can't believe how accurate of a throw it was to first base.
Unbelievable. And closer than you think. I mean, he beat it definitely, but still, to make that throw from that position after that stop, nicely done.
Here's Cliff Pennington. One out, runners on the corners. Swing and a miss. That is, for the moment, a game-saving play by Amarista at shortstop. Winning run 90 feet away. Runner goes from first, and that's a line drive caught by Jerko, and it's going to be a double play. They sent Peralta and Jerko with an easy 2. What an inning defensively by the Padres. 4-4 after 10 in Phoenix. Line drive caught by Jerko, and the flip for the double play. Jed Jerko with the infield in. Caught a line drive off the bat of Cliff Pennington and completed a double play. Now Clint Barmes leading off the top of the 11th against Randall Delgado. First at bat of the night for Barmes. Hitting in the pitcher spot. Alexi Amarista made a huge defensive play a moment before the double play. And Barmes smacks that one foul down the left field line. Couple of game-saving defensive moments for the Padres from Amarista and Jerko in the 10th. What a night. Delgado ahead of Barmes, 0-2. And it's in the dirt. I don't know that I believe in momentum in baseball within a game, but this thing has really swung back and forth, and moments that were so high and so low, and here we are still going.
Peaks and valleys, no doubt about it. And when you talk about the defense for the Padres, outstanding. Infielders laying out game-saving plays. And then on the other hand, there's no justice in this game because you hit the ball hard, doesn't mean you're guaranteed anything.
Diamondbacks at first and second, nobody out. Winning run at second base. Alexi Amarista shifted over and able to make this play. He gets the force at second, somehow made a good throw to first, not in time. So then it was first and third, 1 out, and with the runner going, a line drive caught by Jerko, who's able to flip to Myers for the double play. Incredible. Let's check in with Chris.
Well, just before that at bat with Pennington, Bud Black looked over at Jerko and he motioned him to move over a little bit. So great play, but also great defensive alignment, showing the homework that these coaches do to have their guys into position.
That's great.
You know, I look at that Amarista play. We had that high home shot. He was going over to mess with the runner, right? In fact, if there was a but then he was retreating back, and then he had to go back when the ball was struck. So he's going to his right, back to his left, and then back to his right again to save that ball from going into center field.
It was a tremendous all-around play, and of course it doesn't end up mattering if the Diamondbacks score later in the inning. Jed Jerko took care of the rest. By the way, you always see that runner on first go in that situation. And it worked out well for the Padres. 0-2 to Myers, misses low. Here it is again, the dive by Amarista up the middle. Stays with it, gets the force at second. Strange game, this baseball. Myers takes ball 2. Myers asks for time. He's been in the middle of it again tonight. Two from Delgado, and outside, ball 3. A little flinch from Greg Gibson, the home plate umpire, but you can see the pitch was outside. Now full count, 3-2.
Curveball, it's off the plate.
Myers battling in this at bat against Delgado. They want it away. The 3-2 is swung on and missed. 96-mile-per-hour fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts to start the 11th for Delgado.
Straight four-seamer, outside corner. See how far behind Will Myers is there. Had the right intent, trying to go the other way, but couldn't catch up to that heater.
Kevin Quackenbush appears to be next man up for the Padres. Barnes pinch hit for Mauer to lead off this inning. 2 outs for Jed Jerko. Made the big defensive play and now takes strike 1. The 1 was a good one. Nice take. No. Called it a strike.
Yeah, home plate umpire Greg Gibson pointed at Jed and indicated you went on the swing.
Now in the hole, 0-2. Takes another close pitch, and this time a ball.
Which was a strike, according to Foxtrot's.
You win some, you lose some. 1-2 to Jerko. Lays off. As you saw, Matt Kemp would be next.
You're right, though, Jesse. This has been one of the most emotional games, up and down, that we've seen in this early season.
One more between these two teams tomorrow afternoon. Delgado pitched a 1-2-3-10th. He's retired the first 2 men here in the 11th. And again, Arizona was thinking about maybe going starter by committee tomorrow. That may be out of the plans now. Jerko fouls it away. Chip Hale, as with any manager, you worry about today, and you worry about tomorrow. 2-2 to Jerko. And he rolls over and pulls it through the left side for a base hit. Pennington couldn't get there. Get some applause from his teammates, and Jed Jerko's second hit of the night. And that keeps it going for Matt Kemp.
What a good battle as Delgado tries to go down and away. Just putting that ball in play through the 5.5 hole. Delgado's got some good stuff. He throws some off-speed stuff down and away, speeds up his bat, and hooks it for the single.
Nice little 6-pitch at bat by Jed Jerko. Ends with a ground ball base hit through the left side, and now Matt Kemp. 2 outs and the go-ahead run on base. Like Jerko, his 1 hit against Delgado left the yard. Kemp 1 hit in each of the first 2 games of this series. 0 for 4 tonight with a sac fly. That one gets away. Jerko's going to advance into scoring position. Another rough moment for the catcher Pacheco.
That ball kind of cut on him a little bit. Ball out of the hand, fastball from Delgado. And they're going to rule that a pass ball. He's set up away. It is away. Ball cut on him a little bit. Very catchable ball. See if Matt Kemp can drive him in.
It was strike 2. But Kemp now with a routine base hit to the outfield could put the Padres back in front. One, 2, and it's in the air. Shallow right center. Inciarte takes control of the situation, makes the catch, and the side is retired. Padres got a 2-out single, but Strand Jerko, we go to the bottom of the 11th. Some late inning wildness. Yangervis Solarte, a game tying double in the 8th inning. Derek Norris, a go ahead double the very next batter. That gave the Padres a lead in the 8th. In the 9th, off of Craig Kimbrell, Danny Dorn, his first big league RBIs after about a decade in the minor leagues, tied us up at 4. Arizona looked like they were in good shape in the 10th. And Marista makes one great defensive play. And then Jed Churko, the line drive double play to get Brandon Maurer out of trouble in the bottom of the 10th inning. Yeah, it's been that kind of night. Peaks and valleys and emotional for both the Diamondbacks and the Padres. Still tied, bottom of the 11th, and Kevin Quackenbush on for the 8th time this season.
And for Kevin, last time he was out on Thursday here in Arizona, an inning, gave him a hit and a strikeout. Always working from the stretch.
And he delivers a curveball for a strike. Clint Barma stays in the game at shortstop. Alexi Amarista moves from short to second. And so Jerko's out of the game, and the pitcher will bat second. Strike 2. Saw Quackenbush on Thursday night. Pitched a scoreless 7th inning. Gave up a leadoff double to Chris Owings, and then got the next 3 men. If you missed it the first time.
Kevin Quackenbush has kind of got the stealth fastball. It kind of sneaks up on the hitters. 90-91, but sometimes very difficult to square it up.
Owings struck out his last time up. And he tips this one. Still a ball and 2 strikes.
He's got the good feel for the number 2 right out of the gate. First pitch for a strike, and then that one here had good bite to it.
Owings has a modest 5-game hitting streak going. It's in jeopardy, 0 for 4. Ball 2. Two from Quackenbush, and another foul ball. Padres led 1-0 after an inning. Diamondbacks tied it in the 4th. Went up 2-1 in the 5th. Padres took the lead in the 8th. Added 1 in the 9th. And then the Diamondbacks tying it up in the bottom of the 9th off of Craig Kimbrell, who blew his first save of the season. Got it. Nasty from Kevin Quackenbush, 1 away.
That's the old 12-6 here from Kevin Quackenbush. He showed it to him early. He put him away with the curveball.
So Quackenbush comes into the game, and he gets the first man he faces, now Jordan Pacheco. Scored one of the 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning on Danny Dorn's RBI double. Broken back grounder. Barmas at shortstop. Long throw. Nice throw. 2 away.
Got a bigger target over there at first base. We're at number 4, Will Myers. And Barmas so smooth to the ball. If he gets it, he's going to catch it. He gets rid of it quickly. Broken bat. I've seen him make that play many times. Squares up in front and gets rid of it quickly. Nice and smooth. Smooth operator. And the hand out in front. Take that ball right up into your chest. Belt buckle, and got the big frame over there at first base in Will Myers. Big target.
A couple nice plays by Myers tonight. Barmas just getting involved here in extra innings. 2 outs and a 1-ball no strike count to Aaron Hill. Scored the tying run in the bottom of the 9th inning after singling with 2 outs. 1-1. It was a very eventful 9th against Kimbrel, a very eventful 10th against Mauer. Quackenbush trying to make it routine here in the 11th. Tuffy Gozawish has moved on deck. That is the last available bench player for Chip Hale. One, two, and a ground ball to the left side. Solarte at third base throws him out, and a nice 1-2-3 inning for Kevin Quackenbush here in the 11th. We'll go to the 12th. Justin Upton going to be leading off against the Diamondbacks. 4-4 with the big bopper coming up. Four game, top of the 12th inning. Randall Delgado, third inning of relief for the Diamondbacks, facing off against Justin Upton. This is not the first matchup between this pitcher and this batter this season. Upton takes strike one. April 15th, tie game, 8th inning. Jackie Robinson night, and Justin Upton punished that pitch from Randall Delgado. It was the difference in the game. A 3-2 Padre win.
He was all over that fastball.
Takes this one in the dirt.
And believe me, pitchers remember that. Hitters remember that. Maybe Delgado, as you see the numbers against Justin, will remember that. Be a little bit too fine. A walk would be fine here as well.
Anything to keep it moving. I'll take the homer, though. That one is popped up right side, out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Upton had the insurance run RBI back in the 9th inning. Padres needed it, as Arizona scored twice in the bottom of the 9th. One-two to Upton is low. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Got to keep that energy on the bench as players.
Seen a lot of energy from the Padre dugout all night. Holds off. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Clap it up down there. Shout some words of encouragement.
Amarista and Almonte both out of the game. Andrew Cashner will start tomorrow. 3-2 to Upton, and he hammers it to left field. Peralta's going back, looking up, and he got him again. For the 2nd time this season, Justin Upton homers off Randall Delgado, and it gives the Padres the lead. 5-4 San Diego in the 12th.
I love reruns. Three-two, full count.
High five from his brother.
Getting extended. That's a good sound. And he adds on to the home runs that he has hit here in this building.
Solarte hits that one well up the middle, and it gets past Owings into center field. Homer single to start for the Padres here in the 12th. Second hit of the night for Solarte. That'll put some energy into the dugout. Quick meeting on the mound. Mike Harkey, the pitching coach.
Evan Marshall is heating up in the Diamondback bullpen. And look at Craig Kimbrell still out on the bench, rooting for his teammates. I love that. Love that.
Moving up that leaderboard, ties with Chris Young for the most career home runs in this building. Derek Norris, runner on first, nobody out. Check on Solarte. Norris swings. That one gets away from Pacheco. Solarte goes down to second, and he takes a big turn as the Arizona catcher continues to have trouble behind the plate.
You know, even though that one initially, looking at it, sure it hit the dirt, but it was one of those real close hops. Breaky ball. Oh, he tried to backhand it rather than getting down, right?
Called it a wild pitch, but as you said, not exactly the fundamentally sound thing to do back there. Solarte in scoring position for Norris. Nearly lost that one. Extra innings. Tough on the catchers.
Absolutely it is.
Padres Live, the post-game show coming up. Quite a bit to discuss and look back on. If you haven't been with us the entire night, Mike and Mark will break down a wild, wild evening.
In the Wild Wild West. .182 pitches Pacheco has caught tonight.
Earned his money. Norris up the middle. Nice stab by Delgado. Chases Solarte back to the bag and throws Norris out for the first out of the inning.
What a great reaction by at second base, huh? Solarte scampering back. Natural reaction is, I want to go to third base. Secondary lead. Ball is struck. Scamper back.
You can see Pennington, the shortstop, telling Delgado, throw to first, throw to first. Get the out where you can. He did. One away. Will Venable single and a couple of walks tonight. Little Upton funk here in the 12th.
Brothers hanging out there on the bench. Brothers Upton.
Jim Joyce says he swung. Melvin Upton there behind Will Middlebrooks. There he is. Rehabbing at the Padre facility in Peoria, about a half hour from here. Strike two to Will Venable. Not a bad game to check out for all the rehabbing players that came over. Fedorovich and Lupke, Melvin Upton Jr. They've seen quite a ball game. Good one for them to be a part of, too, right?
Sure. Little bonding with the 25-man roster.
Venable take, strike 3 call. Delgado hits the outside corner, his 4th strikeout, 2 away. Delgado and Amarista with 2 outs here in the 12th. Padres have taken a 5-4 lead on Justin Upton's 8th homer of the season. If Alexi can find his first hit of this series, it'd be a big one here. .46th pitch in relief for Delgado, misses outside. It's been anything but routine tonight. Padres trying to add on in the 12th. Amarista slaps that one the other way for a base hit.
Gotta go.
Solarte will come, and the ball was bobbled by Peralta, and he'll come in and score. San Diego tacks on another. Alexi Amarista's first hit of the series.
You called it, Karnak.
Is a big one. RBI single. It was going to be close at the plate. Solarte was going, but then Peralta had trouble picking it up, and that's going to be it for Randall Delgado.
Well, Glenn Hoffman, the third base coach for the San Diego Padres, had that windmill going on contact.
Everybody's all fired up. Jose Valentin. Big smile from the little ninja. Pitching change in the top of the 12th. Now a 2-run lead for San Diego with 2 outs. And Clint Barmes coming to the plate. Two outs, runner on first. Clint Barmes coming up against the new pitcher for Arizona, Evan Marshall. We saw him in the first game of the series. Pitched the 9th inning of the blowout win for the Diamondbacks. A little bit different story here tonight after the Padres took game 2 of the series yesterday.
Well, we hope you've enjoyed this e-ticket ride tonight. The up and down roller coaster of Padres baseball here on Fox Sports San Diego. Tuffy Gozowich goes behind the plate. Marshall on the double switch. Still runner on. And 1 out to work with here for Clint Barmes.
They'll check on Amarista, who singled home Jan Hervis Solarte with the second run of the night. Sean Kelly warming up. Kevin Quackenbush pitched a 1-2-3 11th inning. Inside.
You were talking earlier about the Diamondbacks and the TBA to be announced for tomorrow. Well, in between that pitching change, I went over and talked to Bob Brenly, the color analyst for the Diamondbacks, and he said A.J. Schugel was supposed to start tonight in Reno, but they got rained out. So they'll probably make a move. They were anticipating that A.J. Schugel, a right-hander, would start tomorrow for the Diamondbacks, so they'd have to make a move.
There you go. Again, our understanding before the game tonight, and of course, a lot has changed, was that they were maybe just going to try and piece it together. Get a few maybe from Randall Delgado, but he threw a few tonight. 2-0 to Barmes.
Good hack. Love the 2-0 hack. That's the one you want to take, and then you adjust accordingly as the at-bat goes on.
Barmes has a solo homer this year. A couple of doubles in limited playing time. 2-1 is outside, ball 3. Three for 6. Barmes takes strike 2.
Good movement on that two-seam fastball from Marshall. Mid-90s.
Marshall has given up runs in 4 of his 6 outings, but he comes on here with 2 outs. Runner will be going, and the 3-2 is swung on and missed. Strike 3. So Clint Barmes strikes out to end the inning, but the Padres strike in the 12th. Justin Upton led off against Randall Delgado, and for the second time this season, he homers off the Arizona reliever. Padres added another. They've got a 6-4 lead as we go to the bottom of the 12th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Second time tonight, San Diego going to try and close this one out. They had a 2-run lead in the 9th, now a 2-run lead in the 12th. Thanks in part to Justin Upton, solo homer leading off the top of this inning, as Kevin Quackenbush stays in for his second inning of work. He will face the catcher, Tuffy Gozawish, who just came into the game as part of a double switch. And then the top 2 men in the Arizona order, Ender Inciarte and A.J. Pollock. If anybody reaches for the Diamondbacks, it'll bring Paul Goldschmidt to the plate. you're up to date. Tomorrow, of course, is still a big topic of conversation because all kinds of possibilities for the Diamondbacks starting pitcher.
Yeah, Bob Brownlee mentioned just a bit ago that A.J. Schugel could start. He was scheduled to start in Reno, but they got rained out. And also Daniel Hudson is an option. Daniel Hudson threw a couple nights ago. He threw an inning. That was on Thursday night. He has starter experience, and he'll be matched up against that right-hander, Andrew Kastner.
Mike Pomerantz, Mark Sweeney at Padres Live, the post-game show. They'll fill you in when this one comes to a close. Liner to center. No problem for Will Venable. One away here in the 12th. Extra innings madness. I like that. I think that's a good way to refer to today. Bryce Harper did it again, and we'll hear from Buddy Black. One out, Ender Enciarte.
Tyson Ross pitched very well tonight. 6 solid innings.
That was tonight?
It was tonight. I know. It felt like yesterday, didn't it?
Yeah, no, he was outstanding. Enciarte trying to bunt his way on. That one
hit him?
Oh boy, it was rolling foul and it kind of kicked back fair and foul again.
A couple of factors there. It has to be out of the batter's box and it has to be a fair ball. Let's take a look. Bunted. Hit him in the chest. He was still in the box. Foul ball.
Good eyes by the home plate umpire Greg Gibson. It's a strike. 0-1. Enciarte takes strike 2. That'll hurt the old batting average. Enciarte had been hitting the Padres well, but held in check. First 3 games of this series. Back to Quackenbush, who knocks it down. Going to be a tough play, not in time. Oh. It rolled a little bit too far away from Kevin Quackenbush. And an infield single for Enciarte with 1 out.
Curveball off the heel of the glove. Maybe even a little bit of the wrist. And Enciarte just runs too well.
A.J. Pollock with Goldschmidt on deck. Tying run at the plate for the Diamondbacks. And strike 1. Love the double play. Avoid him. Pollock's home run against Quackenbush came last season.
Pollock has grounded into 3 double plays this year. The leader in that category, to quantify that number, is Mark Trumbo with 4.
So you'd say he's a good candidate.
There are 4 Diamondbacks tied with 3 grounded in double plays.
Nice research. Lines this one foul off the end of the bat.
Left-hander Frank Garces up for the Padres.
Holds up. Nice sliding stop by Norris. 2-2. Quackenbush given a 2-run lead. He stands to win. Trying also to finish. Strike 3 called. Quackenbush freezes Pollock. 2 away.
He could not have placed that pitch any better on the outside corner. We've talked about painting. Watch the glove of Norris. Doesn't even move. Got him. Frozen pizza. Right on the outside corner. That baseball splitting the line on the outside half of the plate.
So here's Paul Goldschmidt. Inciarte is going to take second base. And the pitch misses low. Ball 1. He was about 25 feet off the bag when Quackenbush came set.
Well, you've got Garces heating up in the bullpen. You got first base open. I know it's the go-ahead run on deck. Winning run. Just a thought.
Peralta, due up next, is a left-handed batter.
Just keep the ball away from him. Keep it down right here. The Goldschmidt. Agree?
Yeah. Just strike him out. Two and one. It's funny, all those conversations about, does batting order matter, lineup protection. There's a big debate about that around baseball. One of these situations, I say, it plays a part.
Absolutely.
Just missing. 3 and 1.
Everything's away, as I mentioned earlier. Keep the ball away from him. Boy, Matt Kemp in right field is playing very, very deep.
No doubles defense.
Yeah.
No inside the park defense.
Breaking ball here.
Fastball. They challenged him, and it's 3 and 2.
Yeah, I think he swung at a ball. Fastball away. Quackenbush keeps it away.
Two to Goldschmidt, and a foul ball out of play right side. Padres have yet to retire Goldschmidt tonight. 4 walks and a single. He got him! Kevin Quackenbush strikes out Paul Goldschmidt, and the Padres win it 6-4 in the 12th. Justin Upton's homer in the top of the inning is the difference as Quack gets him to chase another pitch. And he finishes off a wild Saturday night in Phoenix. Nice win for the Padres. 6-4 in 12 innings. Padres Live is next. Mike Pomerantz, you've got a lot to talk about.
Let's go.